Day 9. The seventh story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 9, the seventh story. Talano di Molezze dreams that a wolf tears and rends all the neck and face of his wife. He gives her warning thereof, which she heeds not, and the dream comes true.
When Pamphilo had brought his story to a close, and all had commended the good woman's quick perception, the queen bade Pampinea tell hers, and thus Pampinea began.
A while ago, debonair my ladies, we held discourse of the truths that dreams show forth, which not a few of us deride, for which case, albeit the topic has been handled before, I shall not spare to tell you that which not long ago befell a neighbour of mine, for that she disbelieved a dream that her husband had. I wot not if you knew Talano di Molezze, a man worthy to be had in honour, who, having married a young wife, Margarita by name, fair as ever another, but without her match for whimsical, fractious, and perverse humours, insomuch that there was naught she would do at the instance of another, either for his or her own good, found her behaviour most grievous to bear, but was fain to endure what he might not cure. Now it so befell that Talano and Margarita, being together at an estate that Talano had in the Contado, he, sleeping, saw in a dream a very beautiful wood that was on the estate at no great distance from the house, and his lady there walking. And as she went, there leaped forth upon her a huge and fierce wolf, that griped her by the throat and bore her down to the ground, and she, shrieking the while for succour, would have carried her off by main force, but she got quit of his jaws, albeit her neck and face showed as quite disfigured. On the morrow, as soon as he was risen, Talano said to his wife, "Albeit for thy perversity I have not yet known a single good day with thee, yet I should be sorry, wife, that harm should befall thee, and therefore, if thou takest my advice, thou wilt not stir out of doors to-day." "Wherefore?" quoth the lady, and thereupon he recounted to her all his dream. The lady shook her head, saying, "Who means ill, dreams ill. Thou makest as if thou wast mighty tender of me, but thou boast'st of me in thy dream that which thou wouldst fain see betide me. I warrant thee that to-day, and all days, I will have a care to avoid this or any other calamity that might gladden thy heart." Whereupon, "Well wist I," replied Talano, "that thou wouldst so say, for such is ever the requital of those that comb scurfy heads. But whatever thou mayst be pleased to believe, I for my part speak to thee for thy good, and again I advise thee to keep indoors to-day, or at least not to walk in the wood." "Good," returned the lady, "I will look to it." And then she began communing with herself on this wise. "Didst mark how artfully he thinks to have scared me from going into the woods to-day? Doubtless 'tis that he has an assignation there with some light love, with whom he had rather I did not find him. Ah, he would sup well with the blind, and what a fool were I to believe him! But I warrant he will be disappointed, and needs must I, though I stay there all day long, see what commerce it is that he will adventure in to-day." Having so said, she quitted the house on one side, while her husband did so on the other, and forthwith, shunning observation as best she might, she hied her to the woods, and hid where 'twas most dense, and there waited on the alert, and glancing now this way and now that, to see if any were coming. And while thus she stood, not even a thought of a wolf crossed her mind. Lo, forth of a close covert hard by came a wolf of monstrous size and appalling aspect, and scarce had she time to say, "God help me," before he sprang upon her and griped her by the throat so tightly that she might not utter a cry, but, passive as any lambkin, was borne off by him, and had certainly been strangled, had he not encountered some shepherds, who with shouts compelled him to let her go. The shepherds recognized the poor hapless woman, and bore her home, where the physicians by dint of long and careful treatment cured her, howbeit the whole of her throat and part of her face remained so disfigured that, fair as she had been before, she was ever thereafter most foul and hideous to look upon. Wherefore, being ashamed to show her face, she did many a time bitterly deplore her perversity, in that, when it would have cost her nothing, she would nevertheless pay no heed to the true dream of her husband. End of Day 9, the 7th story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 9, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 9, the 8th story. Biondello gulls Ciacco in the matter of a breakfast, for which prank Ciacco is cunningly avenged on Biondello, causing him to be shamefully beaten.
All the company by common consent pronounced it no dream, but a vision that Talano had had in his sleep, so exactly, no circumstance lacking, had it fallen out according as he had seen it. However, as soon as all had done speaking, the queen bade Lauretta follow suit, which Lauretta did on this wise.
As, most discreet my ladies, those that have preceded me today have almost all taken their cue from somewhat that has been said before, so, prompted by the stern vengeance taken by the scholar in Pampinea's narrative of yesterday, I am minded to tell you of a vengeance that was indeed less savage, but for all that grievous enough to him on whom it was wreaked. Wherefore I say that there was once at Florence one that all folk called Ciacco, a man second to none that ever lived for inordinate gluttony, who, lacking the means to support the expenditure which his gluttony demanded, and being for the rest well mannered and well furnished with excellent and merry jests, did, without turning exactly court jester, cultivate a somewhat biting wit, and loved to frequent the houses of the rich and such as kept good tables, whither, bidden or unbidden, he not seldom resorted for breakfast or supper. There was also in those days at Florence one that was called Biondello, a man very short of stature, and not a little debonair, more trim than any fly, with his blond locks surmounted by a coif, and never a hair out of place, and he and Ciacco were two of a trade. Now, one morning in Lent, Biondello, being in the fish market, purchasing two mighty fat lampreys for Messer Vieri de Cerchi, was observed thus engaged by Ciacco, who came up to him, and "What means this?" quoth he. "Why," replied Biondello, 'Tis that yestereve Messer Corso Donati had 3 lampreys, much finer than these, and a sturgeon sent to his house; but as they did not suffice for a breakfast that he is to give certain gentlemen, he has commissioned me to buy these 2 beside. Wilt thou not be there?" "Ay, marry, that will I," returned Giaco; and in what he deemed due time he hied him to Messer Corso Donati's house, where he found him with some of his neighbours not yet gone to breakfast. And being asked by Messer Corso with what intent he was come, he answered, "I am come, sir, to breakfast with you and your company." "And welcome art thou," returned Messer Corso. "Go we then to breakfast, for 'tis now the time." So to table they went, where nought was set before them but peas and the inward part of the tunny salted, and afterwards the common fish of the Arno fried. Wherefore Giaco, not a little wroth at the trick that he perceived Biondello had played him, resolved to pay him out. And not many days after, Biondello, who had meanwhile had many a laugh with his friends over Giaco's discomfiture, met him, and after greeting him, asked him with a laugh what Messer Corso's lampreys had been like. "That question," replied Giaco, "thou wilt be able to answer much better than I before 8 days are gone by." And parting from Biondello upon the word, he went forthwith and hired a cozening rogue, and having thrust a glass bottle into his hand, brought him within sight of the Loggia di Cavicciulli, and there, pointing to a knight, one Messer Filippo Argenti, a tall man and stout, and of a high courage, and haughty, choleric, and cross-grained as ne'er another, he said to him, "Thou wilt go, flask in hand, to Messer Filippo, and wilt say to him, 'I am sent for you, sir, by Biondello, who entreats you to be pleased to colour this flask for him with some of your good red wine, for that he is minded to have a good time with his catamites. And of all things have a care that he lay not hands upon thee, for he would make thee rue the day, and would spoil my sport.'" "Have I aught else to say?" inquired the rogue. "Nothing more," returned Giaco. "And now get thee gone, and when thou hast delivered the message, bring me back the flask, and I will pay thee." So away went the rogue, and did the errand to Messer Filippo, who forthwith, being a hasty man, jumped to the conclusion that Biondello, whom he knew, was making mock of him, and while an angry flush overspread his face, "Colour the flask, forsooth," quoth he, "and catamites! God send thee and him a bad year." And therewith up he started, and reached forward to lay hold of the rogue, who, being on the alert, gave him the slip and was off, and reported Messer Filippo's answer to Giaco, who had observed what had passed. Having paid the rogue, Giaco rested not until he had found Biondello, to whom, "Wast thou but now," quoth he, "at the Loggia di Cavicciulli?" "Indeed, no," replied Biondello. "Wherefore such a question?" "Because," returned Giaco, "I may tell thee that thou art sought for by Messer Filippo, for what cause I know not." "Good," quoth Biondello, "I will go thither and speak with him." So away went Biondello, and Giaco followed him to see what course the affair would take. Now, having failed to catch the rogue, Messer Filippo was still very wroth, and inly fumed and fretted, being unable to make out aught from what the rogue had said, save that Biondello was set on by some one or another to flout him. And while he thus vexed his spirit, up came Biondello, whom he no sooner espied than he made for him, and dealt him a mighty blow in the face, and tore his hair and coif, and cast his capuch on the ground, and to his "Alas, sir, what means this?" still beating him amain, "Traitor!" cried he, "I will give thee to know what it means to send me such a message. Colour the flask, forsooth, and catamites! Dost thou take me for a stripling, to be befooled by thee?" And therewith he pummelled Biondello's face all over with a pair of fists that were liker to iron than aught else, until it was but a mass of bruises. He also tore and dishevelled all his hair, tumbled him in the mud, rent all his clothes upon his back, and that without allowing him breathing space to ask why he thus used him, or so much as utter a word. "Colour me the flask," and "catamites" rang in his ears, but what the words signified he knew not. In the end, very badly beaten, and in very sorry and ragged trim, many folk having gathered around him, they, albeit not without the utmost difficulty, rescued him from Messer Filippo's hands, and told him why Messer Filippo had thus used him, censuring him for sending him such a message, and adding that thenceforth he would know Messer Filippo better, and that he was not a man to be trifled with. Biondello told them in tearful exculpation that he had never sent for wine to Messer Filippo. Then, when they had put him in a little better trim, crestfallen and woebegone, he went home, imputing his misadventure to Ciacco. And when, many days afterwards, the marks of his ill usage being gone from his face, he began to go abroad again, it chanced that Ciacco met him, and with a laugh, "Biondello," quoth he, "how didst thou relish Messer Filippo's wine?" "Why, as to that," replied Biondello, "would thou hadst relished the lampreys of Messer Corso as much." "So," returned Ciacco, "such meat as thou then gavest me, thou mayst henceforth give me as often as art so minded, and I will give thee even such drink as I have given thee." So Biondello, witting that against Ciacco his might was not equal to his spite, prayed God for his peace, and was careful never to flout him again. End of Day 9, the 8th story.
Day 9, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 9, the 9th story. Two young men ask counsel of Solomon, the one how he is to make himself beloved, the other how he is to reduce an unruly wife to order. The king bids the one to love, and the other to go to the bridge of geese.
None now remained to tell save the queen, unless she were minded to infringe Dionneo's privilege. Wherefore, when the ladies had laughed their fill over the misfortunes of Biondello, thus gaily the queen began.
Observe, we lovesome ladies, the order of things with a sound mind, and we shall readily perceive that we women are one and all subjected by nature and custom and law unto man, by him to be ruled and governed at his discretion. Wherefore she that would fain enjoy quietude and solace and comfort with the man to whom she belongs, ought not only to be chaste, but lowly, patient, and obedient, the which is the discreet wife's chief and most precious possession. And if the laws, which in all matters have regard unto the common weal, and use and wont or custom, call it what you will, a power very great and to be had in awe, should not suffice to school us thereto, yet abundantly clear is the witness of nature, which has fashioned our frames delicate and sensitive, and our spirits timorous and fearful, and has decreed that our bodily strength shall be slight, our voices tuneable, and our movements graceful, which qualities do all avouch that we have need of others' governance. And whoso has need of succour and governance ought in all reason to be obedient and submissive and reverent towards his governor. And whom have we to govern and succour us, save men? 'Tis then our bounden duty to give men all honour and submit ourselves unto them. From which rule if any deviate, I deem her most deserving not only of grave censure, but of severe chastisement. Which reflections, albeit they are not new to me, I am now led to make by what but a little while ago Pampinea told us touching the perverse wife of Talano, on whom God bestowed that chastisement which the husband had omitted; and accordingly it jumps with my judgment that all such women as deviate from the graciousness, kindliness, and compliancy which nature and custom and law prescribe, merit, as I said, stern and severe chastisement. Wherefore, as a salutary medicine for the healing of those of us who may be afflicted with this disease, I am minded to relate to you that which was once delivered by Solomon by way of counsel in such a case; which let none that stands not in need of such physic deem to be meant for her, albeit a proverb is current among men, to wit, good steed, bad steed, alike need the rowel's prick; good wife, bad wife, alike demand the stick. Which whoso should construe as a merry conceit would find you all ready enough to acknowledge its truth; but even in its moral significance I say that it ought to command assent. For women are all by nature apt to be swayed and to fall, and therefore for the correction of the wrongdoing of such as transgress the bounds assigned to them, there is need of the stick punitive, and also for the maintenance of virtue in others, that they transgress not these appointed bounds, there is need of the stick auxiliary and deterrent. However, to cut short this preachment, and to come to that which I propose to tell you, I say that the bruit of the incomparable renown of the prodigious wisdom of Solomon, as also of the exceeding great liberality with which he accorded proof thereof to all that craved such assurance, being gone forth over well nigh all the earth, many from divers parts were wont to resort to him for counsel in matters of most pressing and arduous importance, among whom was a young man, Melisso by name, a very wealthy nobleman, who was, as had been his fathers before him, of Lazistan, and there dwelt. And as Melisso fared toward Jerusalem, on his departure from Antioch he fell in with another young man, Diosepho by name, who was going the same way, and with whom, after the manner of travellers, he entered into converse. Melisso, having learned from Josepho who and whence he was, asked him whither he went and on what errand, whereupon Josepho made an answer that he was going to seek counsel of Solomon, how he should deal with his wife, who had not her match among women for unruliness and perversity, insomuch that neither entreaties nor blandishments nor aught else availed him to bring her to a better frame. And thereupon he in like manner asked Melisso whence he was, and whither he was bound, and on what errand. Whereto, "Of Lazistan I," replied Melisso, "and like thyself in evil plight, for albeit I am wealthy and spend my substance freely in hospitably entertaining and honourably entreating my fellow citizens, yet for all that, passing strange though it be to think upon, I find never a soul to love me, and therefore I am bound to the selfsame place as thou, to be advised how it may come to pass that I be loved." So the two men fared on together, and being arrived at Jerusalem, were, by the good offices of one of Solomon's barons, ushered into his presence, and Melisso having briefly laid his case before the king, was answered in one word, "Love." Which said, Melisso was forthwith dismissed, and Josepho discovered the reason of his coming. To whom Solomon made no answer but, "Get thee to the bridge of Gies." Whereupon Josepho was likewise promptly ushered out of the king's presence, and finding Melisso awaiting him, told him what manner of answer he had gotten. Which utterances of the king the two men pondered, but finding therein naught that was helpful or relevant to their need, they doubted the king had but mocked them, and set forth upon their homeward journey. Now when they had been some days on the road, they came to a river, which was spanned by a fine bridge, and a great caravan of sumpter mules and horses being about to cross, they must needs tarry until the caravan had passed by. The more part of which had done so, when it chanced that a mule turned sulky, as we know they will not seldom do, and stood stock still, wherefore a muleteer took a stick and fell a beating the mule therewith, albeit at first with no great vigour, to urge the mule forward. The mule, however, swerving now to this, now to the other side of the bridge, and sometimes facing about, utterly refused to go forward, whereat the muleteer, wroth beyond measure, fell a belabouring him with the stick now on the head, now on the flanks, and anon on the croup, never so lustily, but all to no purpose. Which caused Melisso and Josepho ofttimes to say to him, "How now, caitiff, what is this thou doest? Wouldst kill the beast? Why not try if thou canst not manage him kindly and gently? He would start sooner so than for this cudgelling of thine." To whom, "You know your horses," replied the muleteer, "and I know my mule. Leave me to deal with him." Which said, he resumed his cudgelling of the mule, and laid about him on this side and on that to such purpose that he started him, and so the honours of the day rested with the muleteer. Now as the two young men were leaving the bridge behind them, Josepho asked the good man that sate at his head what the bridge was called, and was answered, "Sir, 'tis called the bridge of Gies." Which Josepho no sooner heard than he called to mind Solomon's words, and turning to Melisso, "Now, comrade, I warrant thee I may yet find Solomon's counsel sound and good, for that I knew not how to beat my wife is abundantly clear to me, and this muleteer has shown me what I have to do." Now some days afterwards they arrived at Antioch, where Josepho prevailed upon Melisso to tarry with him and rest a day or two, and meeting with but a sorry welcome on the part of his wife, he told her to take her orders as to supper from Melisso, who, seeing that such was Josepho's will, briefly gave her his instructions. Which the lady, as had been her wont, not only did not obey, but contravened in almost every particular. Which Josepho marking, "Wast thou not told," quoth he angrily, "after what fashion thou wast to order the supper?" Whereto, "So," replied the lady haughtily, "what means this? If thou hast a mind to sup, Why take not thy supper? No matter what I was told, 'tis thus I saw fit to order it. If it like thee, so be it; if not, 'tis thine affair." Melissa heard the lady with surprise and inward disapprobation. Josepho retorted, "Ay, wife, thou art still as thou wast used to be, but I will make thee mend thy manners." Then, turning to Melissa, "Friend," quoth he, "thou wilt soon prove the worth of Solomon's counsel; but, prithee, let it not irk thee to look on, and deem that what I shall do is but done in sport; and if thou shouldst be disposed to stand in my way, bear in mind how we were answered by the muleteer, when we pitied his mule." "I am in thy house," replied Melissa, "and thy pleasure is to me law." Thereupon Josepho took a stout cudgel cut from an oak sapling, and hied him into the room whither the lady had withdrawn from the table in high dudgeon, seized her by the hair, threw her on the floor at his feet, and fell a beating her amain with the cudgel. The lady at first uttered a shriek or two, from which she passed to threats; but seeing that, for all that, Josepho slackened not, by the time she was thoroughly well thrashed, she began to cry him mercy, imploring him not to kill her, and adding that henceforth his will should be to her for law. But still Josepho gave not over, but with every fresh fury dealt her mighty swinging blows, now about the ribs, now on the haunches, now over the shoulders. Nor had he done with the fair lady, until in short he had left never a bone or other part of her person whole, and he was fairly spent. Then returning to Melissa, "Tomorrow," quoth he, "we shall see whether get thee to the bridge of geese will prove to have been sound advice or no." And so, having rested a while, and then washed his hands, he supped with Melissa. With great pain the poor lady got upon her feet, and laid herself on her bed, and having there taken such rest as she might, rose betimes on the morrow, and craved to know of Josepho what he was minded to have to breakfast. Josepho, laughing with Melissa over the message, gave her his directions, and when in due time they came to breakfast, they found everything excellently ordered according as it had been commanded; for which cause the council, which they had at first failed to understand, now received their highest commendation. Some few days later, Melissa, having taken leave of Josepho, went home, and told the wise man the counsel he had gotten from Solomon. Whereupon, "And no truer or sounder advice could he have given thee," quoth the sage. "Thou knowest that thou lovest never a soul, and that the honours thou payest and the services thou renderest to others are not prompted by love of them, but by love of display. Love then, as Solomon bade thee, and thou shalt be loved." On such wise was the unruly chastised, and the young man, learning to love, was beloved. End of Day 9, the 9th story.
Day 9, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 9, the 10th story. Don Giovanni, at the instance of his gossip Pietro, uses an enchantment to transform Pietro's wife into a mare, but when he comes to attach the tail, gossip Pietro, by saying that he will have none of the tail, makes the enchantment of no effect.
The queen's story evoked some murmurs from the ladies and some laughter from the young men. However, when they were silent, Dioneo thus began.
Dainty my ladies, a black crow amongst a flock of white doves enhances their beauty more than would a white swan; and so, when many sages are met together, their right wisdom not only shows the brighter and goodlier for the presence of one that is not so wise, but may even derive pleasure and diversion therefrom. Wherefore, as you, my ladies, are one and all most discreet and judicious, I, who know myself to be somewhat scant of sense, should, for that by my demerit I make your merit show the more glorious, be more dear to you than if by my greater merit I eclipsed yours, and by consequence should have more ample licence to reveal myself to you as I am, and therefore have more patient sufferance on your part than would be due to me were I more discreet in the relation of the tale which I am about to tell you. 'Twill be then a story none too long, wherefrom you may gather with what exactitude it behoves folk to observe the injunctions of those that for any purpose use an enchantment, and how slight an error committed therein may bring to naught all the work of the enchanter. A year or so ago there was at Barletta a priest named Don Giovanni de Barolo, who, to eke out the scanty pittance his church afforded him, set a pack saddle upon his mare, and took to going the round of the fairs of Apulia, buying and selling merchandise. And so it befell that he clapped up a close acquaintance with one Pietro de Tresanti, who plied the same trade as he, albeit instead of a mare he had but an ass, whom in token of friendship and good fellowship Don Giovanni, after the Apulian fashion, called ever Gossip Pietro, and had him to his house, and there lodged and honourably entreated him as often as he came to Barletta. Gossip Pietro, on his part, albeit he was very poor, and had but a little cot at Tresanti that scarce sufficed for himself, his fair young wife, and their ass, nevertheless, when Don Giovanni arrived at Tresanti, made him welcome, and did him the honours of his house as best he might, in requital of the hospitality which he received at Barletta. However, as Gossip Pietro had but one little bed in which he slept with his fair wife, 'twas not in his power to lodge Don Giovanni as comfortably as he would have liked. But the priest's mare being quartered beside the ass in a little stable, the priest himself must needs lie beside her on the straw. Many a time when the priest came, the wife, knowing how honourably he entreated her husband at Barletta, would fain have gone to sleep with a neighbour, one Zita Capressa de Giudice Leo, that the priest might share the bed with her husband, and many a time had she told the priest so. Howbeit he would never agree to it, and on one occasion, "Gossip Giamata," quoth he, "trouble not thyself about me. I am well lodged, for when I am so minded, I turn the mare into a fine lass, and dally with her, and then, when I would, I turn her back into a mare, wherefore I could ill brook to part from her." The young woman, wondering, but believing, told her husband what the priest had said, adding, "If he is even such a friend as thou sayest, why dost thou not get him to teach thee the enchantment, so that thou mayst turn me into a mare, and have both ass and mare for thine occasions? We should then make twice as much gain as we do, and thou couldst turn me back into a woman when we came home at night." Gossip Pietro, whose wit was somewhat blunt, believed that 'twas as she said, approved her counsel, and began adjuring Don Giovanni as persuasively as he might to teach him the incantation. Don Giovanni did his best to wean him of his folly, but, as all was in vain, "Lo now," quoth he, "as you are both bent on it, we will be up, as it is our wont, before the sun to morrow morning, and I will show you how 'tis done. The truth is that 'tis in the attachment of the tail that the great difficulty lies, as thou wilt see." Scarce a wink of sleep had either Gossip Pietro or Gossip Giamata that night, so great was their anxiety, and towards daybreak up they got and called Don Giovanni, who, being risen, came in his shirt into Gossip Pietro's little bedroom, and "I know not," quoth he, "that there is another soul in the world for whom I would do this, save you, my gossips. However, as you will have it so, I will do it. But it behoves you to do exactly as I bid you, if you would have the enchantment work." They promised obedience, and Don Giovanni thereupon took a light, which he handed to Gossip Pietro, saying, "Let naught that I shall do or say escape thee, and have a care so thou wouldst not ruin all to say never a word, whatever thou mayst see or hear, and pray God that the tale may be securely attached." So Gossip Pietro took the light, and again promised obedience. Don Giovanni caused Gossip Giamata to strip herself stark naked, and stand on all fours like a mare, at the same time strictly charging her that whatever might happen she must utter no word. Then, touching her head and face, "Be this a fine head of a mare?" quoth he. In like manner, touching her hair, he said, "Be this a fine mane of a mare?" Touching her arms, "Be these fine legs and fine hoofs of a mare?" Then, as he touched her breast, and felt its firm roundness, and there awoke and arose one that was not called, "And be this a fine breast of a mare," quoth he, and in like manner he dealt with her back, belly, croup, thighs, and legs. Last of all, the work being complete, save for the tail, he lifted his shirt, and took in his hand the tool with which he was used to plant men, and forthwith thrust it into the furrow made for it, saying, "And be this a fine tail of a mare." Whereat gossip Pietro, who had followed everything very heedfully to that point, disapproving that last particular, exclaimed, "No, Don Giovanni, I'll have no tail, I'll have no tail." The essential juice, by which all plants are propagated, was already discharged, when Don Giovanni withdrew the tool, saying, "Alas, gossip Pietro, what hast thou done? Did I not tell thee to say never a word, no matter what thou mightst see? The mare was all but made, but by speaking thou hast spoiled all, and 'tis not possible to repeat the enchantment." "Well and good," replied gossip Pietro. "I would have none of that tail. Why saidst thou not to me, make it thou? And besides, thou wast attaching it too low." "'Twas because," returned Don Giovanni, "thou wouldst not have known, on the first essay, how to attach it so well as I." Whereupon the young woman stood up, and in all good faith said to her husband, "Fool that thou art, wherefore hast thou brought to naught what had been for the good of us both? When didst thou ever see mare without a tail? So help me God, poor as thou art, thou deservest to be poorer still." So, after gossip Pietro's ill-timed speech, there being no way left of turning the young woman into a mare, downcast and melancholy she resumed her clothes, and gossip Pietro plied his old trade with his ass, and went with Don Giovanni to the fair of Bitonto, and never asked him to so serve him again. End of Day 9, the 10th story.
Day 9. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. Rigg. Day 9. The conclusion. What laughter this story drew from the ladies, who understood it better than Dioneo had wished, may be left to the imagination of the fair one that now laughs thereat. However, as the stories were ended, and the sun now shone with a tempered radiance, the queen, witting that the end of her sovereignty was come, stood up and took off the crown, and set it on the head of Pamphilo, whom alone it now remained thus to honour, and said with a smile, "My lord, 'tis a great burden that falls upon thee, seeing that thou, coming last, art bound to make good my shortcomings and those of my predecessors, which God give thee grace to accomplish, even as he has given me grace to make thee king." "With gladsome acknowledgment of the honour, I doubt not," replied Pamphilo, "that, thanks to your noble qualities and those of my other subjects, I shall win even such praise as those that have borne sway before me." Then, following the example of his predecessors, he made all meet arrangements in concert with the seneschal, after which he turned to the expectant ladies and thus spoke: "Enamoured my ladies, Emilia, our queen of today, deeming it proper to allow you an interval of rest to recruit your powers, gave you license to discourse of such matters as should most commend themselves to each in turn; and as thereby you are now rested, I judge that it is meet to revert to our accustomed rule. Wherefore I ordain that for tomorrow you do each of you take thought how you may discourse of the ensuing theme, to wit, of such as in matters of love or otherwise have done something with liberality or magnificence. By the telling, and still more by the doing of such things, your spirits will assuredly be duly attuned and animated to emprise high and noble, whereby our life, which cannot be but brief, seeing that it is enshrined in a mortal body, fame shall perpetuate in glory, which whoso serves not the belly as do the beasts, must not only covet, but with all zeal seek after and labour to attain." The gay company having, one and all, approved the theme, rose at a word from their new king, and betook them to their wonted pastimes, and so according as they severally had most leave, diverted them, until they blithely reunited for supper, which being served with all due care and dispatched, they rose up to dance, as they were wont, and when they had sung perhaps 1,000 ditties, fitter to please by their words than by any excellence of musical art, the king bade Neaphila sing one of her own account, and promptly and graciously, with voice clear and blithe, thus Neaphila sang:
In prime of maidenhood, and fair and feet, mid spring's fresh foison, chant I merrily, thanks be to love, and to my fancies sweet. As o'er the grassy mead I, glancing fair, I mark it white and yellow and vermil, dight with flowers, the thorny rose, the lily white. And all alike to his face I compare, who, loving, hath me tame, and me shall e'er hold bounden to his will, sith I am she that in his will findeth her joy complete. Whereof, if so it be that I do find any that I most like to him approve, that pluck I straight, and kiss with words of love, discovering all, as best I may, my mind, yea, all my heart's desire. And then entwined I set it in the chaplet daintily, and with my yellow tresses bind and pleat. And as mine eyes do drink in the delight which the flower yields them, even so my mind, fired with his sweet love, doth such solace find, as he himself were present to the sight. But never word of mine discover might that which the flower's sweet smell awakes in me. Witness the true tale that my sighs repeat. For from my bosom gentle and hot they fly, not like the gusty sighs that others heave whenas they languish and do sorely grieve, and to my love incontinent they hie, whereof when he is ware, he by and by to me would hasting cometh suddenly, when, lest I faint, I cry, come, I entreat.
The king and all the ladies did not a little commend Neaphila's song, after which, as the night was far spent, the king bade all go to rest until the morrow. End of the conclusion of the 9th day. Day 10. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. 10th Day. The Introduction. Endeth here the 9th day of the Decameron, and beginneth the 10th, in which, under the rule of Pamphilo, discourse is had of such as in matters of love, or otherwise, have done something with liberality or magnificence. Some cloudlets in the west still shewed a vermeil flush, albeit those of the eastern sky, as the sun's rays smote them anear, were already fringed as with most lucent gold, when uprose Pamphilo and roused the ladies and his comrades. And all the company being assembled, and choice made of the place whither they should betake them for their diversion, he, accompanied by Philomela and Fiametta, led the way at a slow pace, followed by all the rest. So fared they no little space, beguiling the time with talk of their future way of life, whereof there was much to tell and much to answer, until as the sun gained strength they returned, having made quite a long round, to the palace. And being gathered about the fountain, such as were so minded drank somewhat from beakers rinsed in its pure waters, and then in the delicious shade of the garden they hied them hither and thither, taking their pleasure until breakfast time. Their meal taken, they slept as they were wont, and then, at a spot chosen by the king, they reassembled, where Neaphila, having received his command to lead the way, blithely thus began. End of the introduction of the day 10.
Day 10, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 10, the first story. A knight in the service of the King of Spain deems himself ill requited, wherefore the King by most cogent proof shows him that the blame rests not with him, but with the knight's own evil fortune, after which he bestows upon him a noble gift. Highly graced indeed do I deem myself, honourable my ladies, that our King should have given to me the precedence in a matter so arduous to tell of as magnificence. For as the sun irradiates all the heaven with his glory and beauty, even so does magnificence enhance the purity and the splendour of every other virtue. I shall therefore tell you a story which to my thinking is not a little pretty, and which assuredly it must be profitable to call to mind. You are to know then that, among other honourable knights that from days of old even until now have dwelt in our city, one, and perchance the worthiest of all, was Messer Ruggieri de Giovanni, who, being wealthy and magnanimous, reflecting on the customs and manner of life of Tuscany, perceived that by tarrying there he was like to find little or no occasion of showing his mettle, and accordingly resolved to pass some time at the court of Alfonso, King of Spain, who, for the fame of his high qualities, was without a peer among the potentates of his age. So, being well provided with arms and horses and retinue suitable to his rank, he hied him to Spain, where he was graciously received by the king. There tarrying accordingly, Messer Ruggieri very soon, as well by the splendid style in which he lived, as by the prodigious feats of arms that he did, gave folk to know his high desert. Now, having tarried there some while, and observed the king's ways with much care, and how he would grant castles, cities, or baronies to this, that, or the other of his subjects, he deemed that the king showed therein but little judgment, seeing that he would give them to men that merited them not, and for that naught was given to him, he, knowing his merit, deemed himself gravely injured in reputation. Wherefore he made up his mind to depart the realm, and to that end craved licence of the king, which the king granted him, and therewith gave him one of the best and finest mules that was ever ridden, a gift which Messer Ruggieri, as he had a long journey to make, did not a little appreciate. The king then bade one of his discreet domestics contrive, as best he might, to ride with Messer Ruggieri, on such wise that it might not appear that he did so by the king's command, and charge his memory with whatever Messer Ruggieri might say of him, so that he might be able to repeat it. Which done, he was, on the very next morning, to bid Ruggieri return to the king forthwith. The king's agent was on the alert, and no sooner was Ruggieri out of the city than without any manner of difficulty he joined his company, giving out that he was going towards Italy. As thus they rode, talking of divers matters, Messer Ruggieri, being mounted on the mule given him by the king, "Methinks," quoth the other, it being then hard upon tierce, "that 'twere well to give the beasts avoidance." And by, being come to a convenient place, they voided all the beasts, save the mule. Then, as they continued their journey, the squire hearkening attentively to the knight's words, they came to a river, and while there they watered the beasts, the mule made avoidance in the stream. Whereat, "Ah, foul fall thee, beast," quoth Messer Ruggieri, "that art even as thy master that gave thee to me." Which remark, as also many another that fell from Ruggieri as they rode together throughout the day, the squire stored in his memory. But never another word did he hear Ruggieri say touching the king that was not laudatory to the last degree. On the morrow, when they were gotten to horse, and had set their faces towards Tuscany, the squire apprised Ruggieri of the king's command, and thereupon Ruggieri turned back. On his arrival, the king, having already heard what he had said touching the mule, gave him gladsome greeting, and asked him wherefore he had likened him to the mule, or rather the mule to him. Whereto Messer Ruggieri answered frankly, "My lord, I likened you to the mule, for that, as you bestow your gifts where 'tis not meet, and where meet it were, bestow them not, so the mule, where 'twas meet, voided not, and where 'twas not meet, voided." "Messer Ruggieri," replied the king, "'tis not because I have not discerned in you a knight most good and true, for whose desert no gift were too great, that I have not bestowed on you such gifts as I have bestowed upon many others, who in comparison of you are nothing worth. The fault is none of mine, but solely of your fortune, which would not suffer me, and that this which I say is true I will make abundantly plain to you." "My lord," returned Messer Ruggieri, "mortified am I, not that you gave me no gift, for thereof I had no desire, being too rich, but that you made no sign of recognition of my desert. However, I deem your explanation sound and honourable, and whatever you shall be pleased that I should see, that gladly will I, albeit I believe you without attestation." The king then led him into one of the great halls, in which by his preordinance were 2 chests, closed under lock and key, and, not a few others being present, said to him, "Messer Ruggieri, one of these chests contains my crown, sceptre, and orb, with many a fine girdle, buckle, ring, and whatever else of jewellery I possess. The other is full of earth. Choose then, and whichever you shall choose, be it yours. Thereby you will discover whether 'tis due to me or to your fortune that your deserts have lacked requital." Such being the king's pleasure, Messer Ruggieri chose one of the chests, which at the king's command being opened, and found to be that which contained the earth, "Now, Messer Ruggieri," quoth the king with a laugh, "your own eyes may warrant you of the truth of what I say touching fortune. But verily your merit demands that I take arms against her in your cause. I know that you are not minded to become a Spaniard, and therefore I shall give you neither castle nor city, but that chest which fortune denied you, I bestow on you in her despite, that you may take it with you to your own country, and there with your neighbours justly vaunt yourself of your deserts, attested by my gifts." Messer Ruggieri took the chest, and having thanked the king in a manner befitting such a gift, returned therewith, well pleased, to Tuscany. End of Day 10, the first story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 10, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 10, the second story. Gino di Tacco captures the abbot of Cluny, cures him of a disorder of the stomach, and releases him. The abbot, on his return to the court of Rome, reconciles Gino with Pope Boniface and makes him prior of the hospital.
When an end was made of extolling the magnificence shown by King Alfonso towards the Florentine knight, the king, who had listened to the story with no small pleasure, bade Elisa follow suit, and forthwith Elisa began.
Dainty my ladies, undeniable it is that for a king to be magnificent, and to entreat magnificently one that has done him service, is a great matter, and meet for commendation. What then shall we say when the tale is of a dignitary of the church, that showed wondrous magnificence towards one whom he might well have entreated as an enemy, and not have been blamed by a soul? Assuredly not else than that what in the king was virtue was in the prelate nothing less than a miracle, seeing that for superlative greed the clergy, one and all, outdo us as women, and wage war to the knife upon every form of liberality. And albeit all men are by nature prone to avenge their wrongs, 'tis notorious that the clergy, however they may preach long suffering and commend of all things the forgiving of trespasses, are more quick and hot to be avenged than the rest of mankind. Now this, to wit, after what manner a prelate showed magnificence, will be made manifest to you in my story. Gino di Tacco, a man redoubtable by reason of his truculence and his high-handed deeds, being banished from Siena and at enmity with the counts of Santa Fiore, raised Radicofani in revolt against the Church of Rome, and there abiding, harried all the surrounding country with his soldiers, plundering all wayfarers. Now Pope Boniface VIII being at Rome, there came to court the abbot of Cluny, who is reputed one of the wealthiest prelates in the world, and having there gotten a disorder of the stomach, he was advised by the physicians to go to the baths of Siena, where, they averred, he would certainly be cured. So having obtained the Pope's leave, reckless of the bruit of Gino's exploits, he took the road, being attended by a great and well-equipped train of sumpter horses and servants. Gino di Tacco, getting wind of his approach, spread his nets to such purpose as without the loss of so much as a boy to surround the abbot with all his servants and effects in a straight pass from which there was no exit. Which done, he sent one of his men, the cunningest of them all, with a sufficient retinue to the abbot, who most lovingly in Gino's part besought the abbot to come and visit Gino at the castle. Whereto the abbot, very wroth, made answer that he would none of it, for that naught had he to do with Gino, but that he purposed to continue his journey, and would fain see who would hinder him. Sir, returned the envoy, assuming a humble tone, you are come to a part of the country where we have no fear of aught save the might of God, and where excommunications and interdicts are one and all under the ban. Wherefore you were best be pleased to show yourself agreeable to Gino in this particular. As they thus spoke, Gino's soldiers showed themselves on every side, and it being thus manifest to the abbot that he and his company were taken prisoners, he, albeit mightily incensed, suffered himself with all his train and effects to be conducted by the envoy to the castle, where the abbot, being alighted, was lodged in a small and very dark and discomfortable room, while his retinue, according to their several conditions, were provided with comfortable quarters in divers parts of the castle, the horses well stabled, and all the effects secured, none being in any wise tampered with. Which done, Gino hied him to the abbot, and, Sir, quoth he, Gino, whose guest you are, sends me to entreat you to be pleased to inform him of your destination, and the purpose of your journey. The abbot, veiling his pride like a wise man, told whither he was bound and for what purpose. Whereupon Gino left him, casting about how he might cure him without a bath. To which end he kept a great fire ever burning in the little chamber, and had it closely guarded, and returned not to the abbot until the ensuing morning, when he brought him in a spotless napkin 2 slices of toast and a great beaker of vernaccia of Corniglia, being of the abbot's own vintage. And, Sir, quoth he to the abbot, Gino as a young man made his studies in medicine, and avers that he then learned that there is no better treatment for disorder of the stomach than that which he will afford you, whereof the matters that I bring you are the beginning, wherefore take them and be of good cheer. The abbot, being far too hungry to make many words about the matter, ate, albeit in high dudgeon, the toast, and drank the vernaccia, which done, he enlarged on his wrongs in a high note, with much questioning and perpending, and above all he demanded to see Gino. Part of what the abbot said Gino disregarded as of no substance; to other part he replied courteously enough, and having assured him that Gino would visit him as soon as might be, he took his leave of him, nor did he return until the morrow, when he brought him toast and vernaccia in the same quantity as before, and so he kept him several days. Then, having marked that the abbot had eaten some dried beans that he had secretly brought and left there of set purpose, he asked him in Gino's name how he felt in the stomach. "Were I but out of Gino's hands," replied the abbot, "I should feel myself well indeed; next to which I desire most of all a good breakfast, so excellent a cure have his medicines wrought on me." Whereupon Gino caused the abbot's servants to furnish a goodly chamber with the abbot's own effects, and there on the morrow make ready a grand banquet, at which all the abbot's suite and not a few of the garrison being assembled, he hied them to the abbot, and, "Sir," quoth he, "'tis time you left the infirmary, seeing that you now feel yourself well." And so saying, he took him by the hand, and led him into the chamber made ready for him, and having left him there with his own people, made it his chief concern that the banquet should be magnificent. The abbot's spirits revived as he found himself again among his men, with whom he talked a while, telling them how he had been entreated, wherewith they contrasted the signal honor which they, on the other hand, had, one and all, received from Gino. Breakfast time came, and with order meet the abbot and the rest were regaled with good viands and good wines, Gino still suffering not the abbot to know who he was. But when the abbot had thus passed several days, Gino, having first had all his effects collected in a saloon, and all his horses to the poorest jade in the courtyard below, hied him to the abbot and asked him how he felt, and if he deemed himself strong enough to ride. The abbot replied that he was quite strong enough, and that 'twould be well indeed with him were he once out of Gino's hands. Gino then led him into the saloon in which were his effects and all his retinue, and having brought him to a window whence he might see all his horses, "Sir Abbot," quoth he, "you must know that 'tis not for that he has an evil heart, but because, being a gentleman, he is banished from his home and reduced to poverty, and has not a few powerful enemies, that in defense of his life and honor, Gino di Tacco, whom you see before you, has become a robber of highways and an enemy to the court of Rome. But such as I am, I have cured you of your malady of the stomach, and taking you to be a worthy lord, I purpose not to treat you as I would another, from whom, were he in my hands as you are, I should take such part of his goods as I should think fit, but I shall leave it to you, upon consideration of my need, to assign to me such portion of your goods as you yourself shall determine. Here are they before you undiminished and unimpaired, and from this window you may see your horses below in the courtyard. Wherefore take the part or take the whole, as you may see fit, and be it at your option to tarry here or go hence from this hour forth." The abbot marveled to hear a highway robber speak thus liberally, and such was his gratification that his wrath and fierce resentment departed from him, nay, were transformed into kindness, insomuch that in all cordial amity he hasted to embrace Gino, saying, "By God I swear that to gain the friendship of a man such I now deem thee to be, I would be content to suffer much greater wrong than that which until now meseemed thou hadst done me. Cursed be fortune that constrains thee to ply so censurable a trade." Which said, he selected a very few things, and none superfluous, from his ample store, and having done likewise with the horses, ceded all else to Gino, and hied him back to Rome. Where, seeing him, the Pope, who to his great grief had heard of his capture, asked him what benefit he had gotten from the baths. Whereto the abbot made answer with a smile, "Holy father, I found nearer here than the baths a worthy physician who has wrought a most excellent cure on me." He then recounted all the circumstances, whereat the Pope laughed, Afterwards, still pursuing the topic, the abbot, yielding to the promptings of magnificence, asked a favor of the Pope, who, expecting that he would ask somewhat else than he did, liberally promised to give him whatever he should demand. Whereupon, "Holy Father," quoth the abbot, "that which I would crave of you is that you restore Gino di Tacco, my physician, to your favor, seeing that among the good men and true and meritorious that I have known, he is by no means of the least account, and for the evil life that he leads I impute it to fortune rather than to him. Change then his fortune by giving him the means whereby he may live in manner befitting his rank, and I doubt not that in a little while your judgment of him will jump with mine." Whereto the Pope, being magnanimous and an admirer of good men and true, made answer that so he would gladly do, if Gino should prove to be such as the abbot said, and that he would have him brought under safe conduct to Rome. Thither accordingly under safe conduct came Gino, to the abbot's great delight; nor had he been long at court before the Pope approved his worth, and restored him to his favor, granting him a great office, to wit, that of prior of the hospital, whereof he made him knight, which office he held for the rest of his life, being ever a friend and a vassal of Holy Church and the abbot of Cluny. End of Day 10, the second story.
Day 10, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 10, the third story. Mithridates, holding Nathan in despite by reason of his courtesy, journeys with intent to kill him, and falling in with him unawares, is advised by him how to compass his end. Following his advice, he finds in him a caups, and recognizing him, is shame-stricken, and becomes his friend.
Verily like to a miracle seemed it to all to hear that a prelate had done aught with magnificence. But when the ladies had made an end of their remarks, the king bade Philostrato follow suit, and forthwith Philostrato began.
Noble ladies, great was the magnificence of the king of Spain, and perchance a thing unheard of, the magnificence of the abbot of Cluny. But peradventure 'twill seem not a whit less marvellous to you to hear of one who, to show liberality towards another, did resolve artfully to yield to him his blood, nay his very life, for which the other thirsted, and had so done, had the other chosen to take them, as I shall show you in a little story. Beyond all question, if we may believe the report of a certain Genoese, and other folk that have been in those regions, there dwelt of yore in the parts of Cathay one Nathan, a man of noble lineage and incomparable wealth, who, having a seat hard by a road, by which whoso would travel from the west eastward, or from the east westward, must needs pass, and being magnanimous and liberal, and zealous to approve himself such an act, did set on work, cutting artificers not a few, and cause one of the finest and largest and most luxurious palaces that were ever seen to be there built, and furnished in the goodliest manner with all things meet for the reception and honorable entertainment of gentlemen. And so, keeping a great array of excellent servants, he courteously and hospitably did the honors of his house to whoso came and went, in which laudable way of life he persevered, not until only the East, but well nigh all the West had heard of his fame, which thus, what time he was well stricken in years, albeit not for that cause grown weary of showing courtesy, reached the ears of one Mithridates, a young man of a country not far distant, who, knowing himself to be no one less wealthy than Nathan, grew envious of the renown that he had of his good deeds, and resolved to obliterate, or at least to obscure it, by a yet greater liberality. So he had built for himself a palace like that of Nathan, of which he did the honors with a lavish courtesy that none ever equalled to whosoever came or went that way, and verily in a short while he became famous enough. Now it so befell that on a day when the young man was all alone in the courtyard of the palace, there came in by one of the gates a poor woman, who asked him an alms, and had it, but not content therein, came again to him by the second gate, and asked another alms, and had it, and after the like sort did even unto the 12th time, but she returning for the 13th time, My good woman, quoth Mithridates, thou art not a little pertinacious in thy begging. Howbeit he gave her an alms. Whereupon, Ah, the wondrous liberality of Nathan, quoth the beldam, 32 gates are there to his palace, by which every one of them I have entered, and asking alms of him was never, for aught he showed, recognized or refused, and here, though I have entered as yet by but 13 gates, I am recognized and reprimanded. And therewith she departed, and returned no more. Mithridates, who accounted the mention of Nathan's fame as an abatement of his own, was kindled by her words with a frenzy of wrath, and began thus to commune with himself: Alas, what shall I attain to the grandeur of Nathan's liberality, to say naught of transcending it, as I would fain, seeing that in the veriest trifles I cannot approach him? Of a surety my labour is in vain, if I rid not the earth of him, which, since old age relieves me not of him, I must forthwith do with my own hands. And, in the flush of his despite, up he started, and giving no one to know of his purpose, got to horse with a small company, and after 3 days arrived at the palace where Nathan abode, and having enjoined his comrades to make as if they were none of his, and knew him not, and to go quarter themselves as best they might until they had his further orders, he, being thus alone, towards evening came upon Nathan, who, also alone, at no great distance from his splendid palace. Nathan was recreating himself by a walk, and was very simply clad, so that Mithridates, knowing him not, asked him if he could show him where Nathan dwelt. My son, replied Nathan gladsomely, that can none in these parts better than I. So it please thee, I will bring thee thither. The young man replied that 'twould be mighty agreeable to him, but that, if so it might be, he had a mind to be neither known nor seen by Nathan. And herein also, returned Nathan, since 'tis thy pleasure, I will gratify thee. Whereupon Mithridates dismounted, and, with Nathan, who soon engaged him in delightsome discourse, walked to the goodly palace. Arrived there, Nathan caused one of his servants to take the young man's horse, and drawing close to him, bade him in a whisper to see to it without delay that none in the house should tell the young man that he was Nathan, and so 'twas done. Being come into the palace, Nathan quartered Mithridates in a most goodly chamber, where none saw him but those whom he had appointed to wait upon him, and himself kept him company, doing him all possible honour. Of whom Mithridates, albeit he reverenced him as a father, yet being thus with him forbore not to ask who he was. Whereto Nathan made answer, I am a petty servant of Nathan. Old as I am, I have been with him since my childhood, and never has he advanced me to higher office than this wherein thou seest me. Wherefore, whosoever other folk may praise him, little cause have I to do so. Which words afforded Mithridates some hope of carrying his wicked purpose into effect with more of plan and less of risk than had been otherwise possible. By and by Nathan very courteously asked him who he was, and what business brought him thither, offering him such counsel and aid as he might be able to afford him. Mithridates hesitated a while to reply, but at last he resolved to trust him, and when with no little circumlocution he demanded of him fidelity, counsel, and aid, he fully discovered to him who he was, and the purpose and motive of his coming thither. Now, albeit to hear Mithridates thus unfold his norrid design caused Nathan no small inward commotion, yet 'twas not long before courageously and composedly he thus made answer: Noble was thy father, Mithridates, and thou art minded to show thyself not unworthy of him by this lofty emprise of thine, to wit, of being liberal to all comers. For that thou art envious of Nathan's merit, and I greatly commend thee. For were many envious of a like cause, the world, from being a most wretched, would soon become a most happy place. Doubt not that I shall keep secret the design that thou hast confided to me, for the furtherance whereof 'tis a mile off, thou mayst seest a corpse, in which almost every morning Nathan is wont to walk, taking his pleasure for quite a long time, 'twill be an easy matter for thee to find him there, and deal with him as thou mayest be minded. Now, shouldest thou slay him, thou wilt get thee home with less risk of let, if thou take not the path by which thou camest hither, but that which thou seest issue from the corpse on the left; for, though 'tis somewhat more rough, it leads more directly to thy house, and will be safer for thee." Possessed of this information, Mithridates, when Nathan had left him, privily apprised his comrades, who were likewise lodged in the palace, of the place where they were to await him on the ensuing day; which being come, Nathan inflexibly determined to act in all respects according to the advice which he had given Mithridates, hied him forth to the copse unattended to meet his death. Mithridates being risen took his bow and sword, for other arms he had none with him, mounted his horse and rode to the copse, through which, while he was yet some way off, he saw Nathan passing quite alone, and being minded before he fell upon him to see his face and hear the sound of his voice, as, riding at a smart pace, he came up with him, he laid hold of him by his headgear, exclaiming, "Greybeard, thou art a dead man." Whereto Nathan answered naught but, "Then 'tis but my desert." But Mithridates, hearing the voice and scanning the face, forthwith knew him for the same man that had welcomed him heartily, consorted with him familiarly, and counselled him faithfully; whereby his wrath presently subsided, and gave place to shame. Wherefore, casting away the sword that he had drawn in act to strike, he sprang from his horse, and weeping, threw himself at Nathan's feet, saying, "Your liberality, dearest father, I acknowledge to be beyond question, seeing with what craft you did but plot coming hither to yield me your life; for which, by mine own avowal, you knew that I, albeit cause I had none, did thirst. But God, more regardful of my duty than I myself, has now, in this moment of supreme stress, opened the eyes of my mind, that wretched envy had fast sealed. The prompter was your compliance; the greater is the debt of penitence that I owe you for my fault. Whereupon wreak even such vengeance upon me as you may deem answerable to my transgression." But Nathan raised Mithridates to his feet, and tenderly embraced him, saying, "My son, thy enterprise, howsoever thou mayest denote it, whether evil or otherwise, was not such that thou shouldest crave, or I give, pardon thereof. For 'twas not in malice, but in that thou wouldest fain have been reputed better than I that thou ensuitedst it. Doubt then no more of me; nay, rest assured that none that lives bears thee such love as I, who know the loftiness of thy spirit, bent not to heap up wealth, as do the caitiffs, but to dispense in bounty thine accumulated store. Think it no shame that to enhance thy reputation thou wouldest have slain me, nor deem that I marvel thereat. To slay not one man, as thou wast minded, but countless multitudes, to waste whole countries with fire, and to raze cities to the ground, has been well nigh the sole art by which the mightiest emperors and the greatest kings have extended their dominions, and by consequence their fame. Wherefore, if thou, to increase thy fame, wouldest fain have slain me, 'twas nothing marvellous or strange, but wanted." Whereto Mithridates made answer not to excuse his wicked design, but to commend the seemly excuse found for it by Nathan, whom at length he told how beyond measure he marvelled that Nathan had not only been consenting to the enterprise, but had aided him therein by his counsel. But Nathan answered, "Liefer had I, Mithridates, for thou didst not marvel either at my consent or at my counsel; for that, since I was my own master and of a mind to that emprise whereupon thou art also bent, never a soul came to my house, but so far as in me lay, I gave him all that he asked of me. Thou camest lusting for my life, and so, when I heard thee crave it of me, I forthwith, that thou mightest not be the only guest to depart hence ill content, resolved to give it to thee, and to that end I gave thee such counsel as I deemed would serve thee both to the taking of my life and the preservation of thine own. Wherefore yet again I bid thee, nay, I entreat thee, if so thou art minded, to take it for thy satisfaction. I know not how I could better bestow it. I have had the use of it now for some 80 years, and pleasure and solace thereof, and I know that, by the course of nature and the common lot of man, and all things mundane, it can continue to be mine but for a little while. And so I deem that 'twere much better to bestow it, as I have ever bestowed and dispensed my wealth, than to keep it, until, against my will, it be refit from me by nature. 'Twere but a trifle though, 'twere 100 years, how insignificant then the 6 or 8 years that are all I have to give. Take it then, if thou hadst lief, take it, I pray thee, for, long as I have lived here, none I have found but thee to desire it, nor know I when I may find another, if thou take it not, to demand it of me. And if peradventure I should find one, yet I know that the longer I keep it, the less its worth will be. Wherefore, ere it be thus cheapened, take it, I implore thee. Sore, shame-stricken, Mithridates made answer: Now God forfend that I should so much as harbour, as but now I did, such a thought, not to say do such a deed, as to wrest from you a thing as precious as your life, the years whereof, so far from abridging, I would gladly supplement with mine own. So then, rejoined Nathan promptly, thou wouldest, if thou couldst, add thy years to mine, and cause me to serve thee as I have never yet served any man, to wit, to take from thee that which is thine, I that never took aught from a soul. Aye, that I would, returned Mithridates. Then, quoth Nathan, do as I shall bid thee. Thou art young. Tarry here in my house, and call thyself Nathan, and I will get me to thy house, and ever call myself Mithridates. Whereto Mithridates made answer: Were I but able to discharge this trust, as you have been and are, scarce should I hesitate to accept your offer. But as too sure I am that aught I might do would but serve to lower Nathan's fame, and I am not minded to mar that in any other which I cannot mend in myself, and accept it I will not. After which, and the like interchange of delectable discourse, Nathan and Mithridates, by Nathan's desire, returned to the palace, where Nathan for some days honorably entreated Mithridates, and by his sage counsel confirmed and encouraged him in his high and noble resolve. After which, Mithridates, being minded to return home with his company, took leave of Nathan, fully persuaded that 'twas not possible to surpass him in liberality. End of Day 10, the third story.
Day 10, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 10, the fourth story. Messer Gentile di Carisendi, being come from Modena, disinters a lady that he loves, who had been buried for dead. She, being reanimated, gives birth to a male child, and Messer Gentile restores her with her son to Nicoluccio Caccianimico, her husband.
A thing marvellous seemed it to all, that for liberality a man should be ready to sacrifice his own life, and herein they averred that Nathan had without doubt left the King of Spain and the Abbot of Cluny behind. However, when they had discussed the matter diversely and at large, the king, bending his regard on Lauretta, signified to her his will that she should tell, and forthwith, accordingly, Lauretta began.
Goodly matters are they, and magnificent, that have been recounted to you, young ladies. Nay, so much of our field of discourse is already filled by their grandeur, that for us that are yet to tell there is, methinks, no room left, unless we seek our topic there where matter of discourse germane to every theme does most richly abound, to wit, in the affairs of love. For which cause, as also for that our time of life cannot but make us especially inclinable thereto, I am minded that my story shall be of a feat of magnificence done by a lover, which, all things considered, will peradventure seem to you inferior to none that have been shown you. So it be true that to possess the beloved one, men will part with their treasures, forget their enmities, and jeopardize their own lives, their honour, and their reputation in 1,000 ways. Know then that at Bologna, that most famous city of Lombardy, there dwelt a knight, Messer Gentile Carisendi by name, worshipful alike for his noble lineage and his native worth, who in his youth, being enamoured of a young gentlewoman named Madonna Catalina, wife of one Nicoluccio Caccianimico, and well nigh despairing, for that the lady gave him but a sorry requital of his love, betook him to Modena, being called thither as Podestà. Now, what time he was there, Nicoluccio being also away from Bologna, and his lady gone, for that she was with child, to lie in at a house she had some 3 miles or so from the city, it befell that she was suddenly smitten with a sore malady of such and so virulent a quality, that it left no sign of life in her, so that the very physicians pronounced her dead. And for that the women that were nearest of kin to her professed to have been told by her that she was not so far gone in pregnancy that the child could be perfectly formed, they, without more ado, laid her in a tomb in a neighbouring church, and after long lamentation closed it upon her. Whereof Messer Gentile, being forthwith apprised by one of his friends, did, for all she had been most niggardly to him of her favour, grieve not a little, and at length fell a communing with himself on this wise: So, Madonna Catalina, thou art dead. While thou livest, never a glance of thine might I have; wherefore, now that thou art dead, 'tis but right that I go take a kiss from thee. 'Twas night while he thus mused, and forthwith, observing strict secrecy in his departure, he got him to horse with a single servant, and halted not until he was come to the place where the lady was interred, and having opened the tomb, he cautiously entered it. Then, having lain down beside her, he set his face against hers, and again, weeping profusely the while, he kissed it. But as 'tis matter of common knowledge that the desires of men, and more especially of lovers, know no bounds, but crave ever an ampler satisfaction, even so Messer Gentile, albeit he had been minded to tarry there no longer, now said to himself, wherefore touch I not her bosom a while? I have never yet touched it, nor shall I ever touch it again. Obeying which impulse, he laid his hand on her bosom, and keeping it there some time, felt, as he thought, her heart faintly beating. Whereupon, banishing all fear, and examining the body with closer attention, he discovered that life was not extinct, though he judged it but scant and flickering, and so, aided by his servant, he bore her as gently as he might out of the tomb, and set her before him upon his horse, and brought her privily to his house at Bologna, where dwelt his wise and worthy mother, who, being fully apprised by him of the circumstances, took pity on the lady, and had a huge fire kindled, and a bath made ready, whereby she restored her to life. Whereof the first sign she gave was to heave a great sigh, and murmur, "Alas! where am I?" To which the worthy lady made answer, "Be of good cheer, thou art well lodged." By and by the lady, coming to herself, looked about her, and finding herself she knew not where, and seeing Messer Gentile before her, was filled with wonder, and besought his mother to tell her how she came to be there. Messer Gentile thereupon told her all. Sore distressed thereat, the lady after a while thanked him as best she might, after which she besought him by the love that he had borne her, and of his courtesy, that she might, while she tarried in his house, be spared aught that could impair her honour and her husband's, and that at daybreak he would suffer her to return home. "Madam," replied Messer Gentile, "however I did affect you in time past, since God in his goodness has by means of the love I bore you restored you to me alive, I mean not now or at any time hereafter to entreat you either here or elsewhere, save as a dear sister. But yet the service I have tonight rendered you merits some guerdon, and therefore lief had I that you deny me not a favour which I shall ask of you." Whereto the lady graciously made answer that she would be prompt to grant it, so only it were in her power, and consonant with her honour. Said then Messer Gentile, "Your kinsfolk, madam, one and all, nay, all the folk in Bologna, are fully persuaded that you are dead. There is therefore none to expect you at home, wherefore the favour I crave of you is this: that you will be pleased to tarry privily here with my mother, until such time, which will be speedily, as I return from Modena. And 'tis for that I purpose to make solemn and joyous donation of you to your husband, in presence of the most honourable folk of this city, that I ask of you this grace." Mindful of what she owed the knight, and witting that what he craved was seemly, the lady, albeit she yearned not a little to gladden her kinsfolk with the sight of her in the flesh, consented to do as Messer Gentile besought her, and thereto pledged him her faith. And scarce had she done so, when she felt that the hour of her travail was come, and so, tenderly succoured by Messer Gentile's mother, she not long after gave birth to a fine boy. Which event did mightily enhance her own and Messer Gentile's happiness. Then, having made all meet provision for her, and left word that she was to be tended as if she were his own wife, Messer Gentile, observing strict secrecy, returned to Modena. His time of office there ended, in anticipation of his return to Bologna, he appointed for the morning of his arrival in the city a great and goodly banquet at his house, whereto were bidden not a few of the gentlemen of Bologna, and among them Nicoluccio Caccianimico, whom, when he was returned and dismounted, he found awaiting him, as also the lady, fairer and more healthful than ever, and her little son doing well; and so with a gladness beyond compare he ranged his guests at table, and regaled them with many a course, magnificently served. And towards the close of the feast, having premonished the lady of his intention, and concerted her with how she should behave, thus he spoke: "Gentlemen, I mind me to have once heard tell of, as I deem it, a delightsome custom which they have in Persia; to wit, that, when one would do his friend especial honour, he bids him to his house, and there shows him that treasure, be it wife, or mistress, or daughter, or what not, that he holds most dear, assuring him that yet more gladly, were it possible, he would show him his heart. Which custom I am minded to observe here in Bologna. You, of your courtesy, have honoured my feast with your presence, and I propose to do you honour in the Persian fashion, by showing you that which in all the world I do, and must ever hold most dear. But before I do so, tell me, I pray you, how you conceive of a nice question that I shall lay before you. Suppose that one has in his house a good and most faithful servant, who falls sick of a grievous disorder, and that the master tarries not for the death of the servant, but has him borne out into the open street, and concerns himself no more with him; that then a stranger comes by, is moved to pity of the sick man, and takes him to his house, and by careful tendance, and at no small cost, restores him to his wonted health. Now I would fain know whether the first master has in equity any just cause to complain of, or be aggrieved with the second master, if he retain the servant in his employ, and refuse to restore him when so required." The gentlemen discussed the matter after diverse fashions, and all agreed in one sentence, which they committed to Nicoluccio Caccianimico, for that he was an eloquent and accomplished speaker, to deliver on the part of them all. Nicoluccio began by commending the Persian custom, after which he said that he and the others were all of the same opinion, to wit, that the first master had no longer any right in his servant, since he had not only abandoned but cast him forth, and that by virtue of the second master's kind usage of him, he must be deemed to have become his servant, wherefore by keeping him he did the first master no mischief, no violence, no wrong. Whereupon the rest that were at the table said one and all, being worthy men, that their judgment jumped with Nicoluccio's answer. The knight, well pleased with the answer, and that 'twas Nicoluccio that gave it, affirmed that he was of the same opinion, adding, "'Tis now time that I show you that honour which I promised you." He then called two of his servants, and sent them to the lady, whom he had caused to be apparelled and adorned with splendour, charging them to pray her to be pleased to come and gladden the gentlemen with her presence. So she, bearing in her arms her most lovely little son, came, attended by the two servants, into the saloon, and by the knight's direction took a seat beside a worthy gentleman, whereupon, "Gentlemen," quoth the knight, This is the treasure that I hold, and mean ever to hold, more dear than aught else. Behold, and judge whether I have good cause." The gentleman said not a little in her honour and praise, averring that the knight ought indeed to hold her dear. Then, as they regarded her more attentively, there were not a few that would have pronounced her to be the very woman that she was, had they not believed that woman to be dead. But none scanned her so closely as Nicoluccio, who, the knight being withdrawn a little space, could no longer refrain his eager desire to know who she might be, but asked her whether she were of Bologna or from other parts. The lady, hearing her husband's voice, could scarce forbear to answer, but yet, not to disconcert the knight's plan, she kept silence. Another asked her if that was her little boy, and yet another if she were Messer Gentile's wife, or in any other wise his connection; to none of whom she vouchsafed an answer. Then Messer Gentile coming up, "Sir," quoth one of the guests, "this treasure of yours is goodly indeed, but she seems to be dumb. Is she so?" "Gentlemen," quoth Messer Gentile, "that she has not as yet spoken is no small evidence of her virtue." "Then tell us you who she is," returned the other. "That," quoth the knight, "will I right gladly, so you but promise me that, no matter what I may say, none of you will stir from his place until I have ended my story." All gave the required promise, and when the tables had been cleared, Messer Gentile, being seated beside the lady, thus spoke: "Gentlemen, this lady is that loyal and faithful servant, touching whom a brief while ago I propounded to you my question, whom her own folk held none too dear, but cast out into the open street as a thing vile and no longer good for aught. But I took thence, and by my careful tendance wrested from the clutch of death, whom God, regardful of my good will, has changed from the appalling aspect of a corpse to the thing of beauty that you see before you. But for your fuller understanding of this occurrence, I will briefly explain it to you." He then recounted to them in detail all that had happened from his first becoming enamoured of the lady to that very hour, whereto they hearkened with no small wonder. After which, "And so," he added, "unless you, and more especially Nicoluccio, are now of another opinion than you were a brief while ago, the lady rightly belongs to me, nor can any man lawfully reclaim her of me." None answered, for all were intent to hear what more he would say. But while Nicoluccio, and some others that were there, wept for sympathy, Messer Gentile stood up, and took the little boy in his arms and the lady by the hand, and approached Nicoluccio, saying, "Rise, my gossip. I do not indeed restore thee thy wife, whom thy kinsfolk and hers cast forth, but I am minded to give thee this lady, my gossip, with this her little boy, whom I know well to be thy son, and whom I held at the font and named Gentile; and I pray that she be not the less dear to thee for that she has tarried 3 months in my house, for I swear to thee that God, who peradventure ordained that I should be enamoured of her, to the end that my love might be, as it has been, the occasion of her restoration to life, that never with her father or her mother, or with thee, did she live more virtuously than with my mother in my house." Which said, he turned to the lady, saying, "Madam, I now release you from all promises made to me, and so deliver you to Nicoluccio." Then, leaving the lady and the child in Nicoluccio's embrace, he returned to his seat. Thus to receive his wife and son was to Nicoluccio a delight great in the measure of its remoteness from his hope; wherefore in the most honourable terms at his command he thanked the knight, whom all the rest, weeping for sympathy, greatly commended for what he had done, as did also all that heard thereof. The lady, welcomed home with wondrous cheer, was long a portent to the Bolognese, who gazed on her as one raised from the dead. Messer Gentile lived ever after as the friend of Nicoluccio, and his and the lady's kinsfolk. Now, what shall be your verdict, gracious ladies? A king's largesse, though it was of his sceptre and crown, an abbot's reconciliation at no cost to himself of a malefactor with the Pope, or an old man's submission of his throat to the knife of his enemy, will you adjudge that such acts as these are comparable to the deed of Messer Gentile, who, though young and burning with passion, and deeming himself justly entitled to that which the heedlessness of another had discarded, and he by good fortune had recovered, not only tempered his ardour with honour, but having that which with his whole soul he had long been bent on wresting from another, did with liberality restore it? Assuredly none of the feats aforesaid seem to me like unto this. End of Day 10, the 4th story.
Day 10, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anno Simon. The Decameron, by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 10, the 5th story. Madonna Dionara craves of Messer Ansaldo a garden that shall be as fair in January as in May. Messer Ansaldo binds himself to a necromancer, and thereby gives her the garden. Her husband gives her leave to do Messer Ansaldo's pleasure. He, being apprised of her husband's liberality, releases her from her promise, and the necromancer releases Messer Ansaldo from his bond, and will take naught of his.
Each of the gay company had with superlative commendation extolled Messer Gentile to the skies. When the king bade Emilia follow suit, and with a good courage, as burning to speak, thus Emilia began.
Delicate my ladies, none can justly say that 'twas not magnificently done of Messer Gentile. But if it be alleged that 'twas the last degree of magnificence, 'twill perchance not be difficult to show that more was possible, as is my purpose in the little story that I shall tell you. In Friuli, a country which, though its air is shrewd, is pleasantly diversified by fine mountains, and not a few rivers and clear fountains, is a city called Udine, where dwelt of yore a fair and noble lady, Madonna Dionara by name, wife of a wealthy grandee named Giliberto, a very pleasant gentleman and debonair. Now this lady, for her high qualities, was in the last degree beloved by a great and noble baron, Messer Ansaldo Gradense by name, a man of no little consequence, and whose fame for feats of arms and courtesy was spread far and wide. But, though with all a lover's ardour he left naught undone that he might do to win her love, and to that end frequently plied her with his ambassages, 'twas all in vain, and the lady being distressed by his importunity, and chat, refuse as she might all that he asked of her, he none the less continued to love her and press his suit upon her, bethought her how she might rid herself of him by requiring of him an extraordinary, and, as she deemed, impossible feat. So one day a woman that came oftentimes from him to her being with her, "Good woman," quoth she, "thou hast many a time affirmed that Messer Ansaldo loves me above all else, and thou hast made proffer to me on his part of wondrous rich gifts which I am minded he keep to himself, for that I could never bring myself to love him or pleasure him for their sake. But if I might be certified that he loves me as much as thou sayest, then without a doubt I should not fail to love him, and do his pleasure. Wherefore, so he give me the assurance that I shall require, I shall be at his command." "What is it, madam," returned the good woman, "that you would have him do?" "This," replied the lady, "I would have this next ensuing January, hard by this city, a garden full of green grass and flowers and flowering trees, just as if it were May; and if he cannot provide me with this garden, bid him never again send either thee or any other to me, for that, should he harass me any further, I shall no longer keep silence, as I have hitherto done, but shall make my complaint to my husband and all my kinsmen, and it shall go hard but I will be quit of him." The gentleman being apprised of his lady's stipulation and promise, notwithstanding that he deemed it no easy matter, nay, a thing almost impossible, to satisfy her, and knew besides that 'twas but to deprive him of all hope that she made the demand, did nevertheless resolve to do his endeavour to comply with it, and causing search to be made in divers parts of the world, if any he might find to afford him counsel or aid, he lit upon one who for a substantial reward offered to do the thing by necromancy. So Messer Ansaldo, having struck the bargain with him for an exceeding great sum of money, gleefully accepted the appointed time. Which being come with extreme cold, insomuch that there was naught but snow and ice, the adept on the night before the calends of January wrought with his spells to such purpose that on the morrow, as was averred by eye-witnesses, there appeared in a meadow hard by the city one of the most beautiful gardens that was ever seen, with no lack of grass and trees and fruits of all sorts. At sight whereof Messer Ansaldo was overjoyed, and caused some of the finest fruits and flowers that it contained to be gathered, and privily presented to his lady, whom he bade come and see the garden that she had craved, that thereby she might have assurance of his love, and mind her of the promise that she had given him, and confirmed with an oath, and, as a loyal lady, take thought for its performance. When she saw the flowers and fruits, the lady, who had already heard not a few folk speak of the wondrous garden, began to repent her of her promise. But for all that, being fond of strange sights, she hied her with many other ladies of the city to see the garden, and having gazed on it with wonderment, and commended it not a little, she went home the saddest woman alive, bethinking her to what it bound her. And so great was her distress that she might not well conceal it, but being written on her face, 'twas marked by her husband, who was minded by all means to know the cause thereof. The lady long time kept silence, but at last she yielded to his urgency, and discovered to him the whole matter from first to last. Whereat Giliberto was at first very wroth, but on second thoughts, considering the purity of the lady's purpose, he was better advised, and dismissing his anger, "Dianora," quoth he, "'tis not the act of a discreet or virtuous lady to give ear to messages of such a sort, nor to enter into any compact touching her chastity with any man on any terms. Words that the ears convey to the heart have a potency greater than is commonly supposed, and there is scarce aught that lovers will not find possible. 'Twas then ill done of thee in the first instance to hearken, as afterwards to make the compact, but, for that I know the purity of thy soul, that thou mayst be quit of thy promise, I will grant thee that which perchance no other man would grant, being also swayed thereto by fear of the necromancer, whom Messer Ansaldo, shouldst thou play him false, might, peradventure, cause to do as a mischief. I am minded then that thou go to him, and contrive, if on any wise thou canst, to get thee quit of this promise without loss of virtue; but if otherwise it may not be, then for the nonce thou mayst yield him thy body, but not thy soul." Whereat the lady, weeping, would none of such a favour at her husband's hand; but Giliberto, for all the lady's protestations, was minded that so it should be. Accordingly, on the morrow, about dawn, apparelled none too ornately, preceded by 2 servants and followed by a chambermaid, the lady hied her to Messer Ansaldo's house. Apprised that his lady was come to see him, Messer Ansaldo, marvelling not a little, rose, and having called the necromancer, "I am minded," quoth he, "that thou see what goodly gain I have gotten by thine art." And the twain having met the lady, Ansaldo gave way to no unruly appetite, but received her with a seemly obeisance, and then the 3 repaired to a goodly chamber, where there was a great fire, and having caused the lady to be seated, thus spoke Ansaldo: "Madam, if the love that I have so long borne you merit any guerdon, I pray you that it be not grievous to you to discover to me the true occasion of your coming to me at this hour, and thus accompanied." Shamefast, and the tears all but standing in her eyes, the lady made answer, "Sir, 'tis neither love that I bear you, nor faith that I pledged you, that brings me hither, but the command of my husband, who, regarding rather the pains you have had of your unbridled passion, than his own, or my honour, has sent me hither, and for that he commands it, I, for the nonce, am entirely at your pleasure." If Messer Ansaldo had marvelled to hear of the lady's coming, he now marvelled much more, and touched by Giliberto's liberality, and passing from passion to compassion, "Now God forbid, madam," quoth he, "that, it being as you say, I should wound the honour of him that has compassion on my love. Wherefore no otherwise than as if you were my sister shall you abide here, while you are so minded, and be free to depart at your pleasure; nor crave I aught of you but that you shall convey from me to your husband such thanks as you shall deem meet for courtesy such as his has been, and entreat me ever henceforth as your brother and servant. Whereat, overjoyed in the last degree, "Naught," quoth the lady, "by what I noted of your behaviour, could ever have caused me to anticipate other sequel of my coming hither than this which I see is your will, and for which I shall ever be your debtor." She then took her leave, and, attended by a guard of honour, returned to Giliberto, and told him what had passed; between whom and Messer Ansaldo there was henceforth a most close and loyal friendship. Now the liberality shown by Giliberto towards Messer Ansaldo, and by Messer Ansaldo towards the lady, having been marked by the necromancer, when Messer Ansaldo made ready to give him the promised reward, "Now God forbid," quoth he, "that, as I have seen Giliberto liberal in regard of his honour, and you liberal in regard of your love, I be not in like manner liberal in regard of my reward, which accordingly, witting that 'tis in good hands, I am minded that you keep." The knight was abashed, and strove hard to induce him to take, if not the whole, at least a part of the money; but, finding that his labour was in vain, and that the necromancer, having caused his garden to vanish after the third day, was minded to depart, he bade him adieu; and the carnal love he had borne the lady being spent, he burned for her thereafter with a flame of honourable affection. Now what shall be our verdict in this case, lovesome ladies? A lady as it were dead, and a love grown lukewarm for utter hopelessness. Shall we set a liberality shown in such a case above this liberality of Messer Ansaldo, loving yet as ardently, and hoping perchance yet more ardently than ever, and holding in his hands the prize that he had so long pursued? Folly indeed should I deem it to compare that liberality with this. End of Day 10, the 5th story.
Day 10, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 10, the 6th story. King Charles the Old, being conqueror, falls in love with a young maiden, and afterward, growing ashamed of his folly, bestows her and her sister honourably in marriage.
Who might fully recount with what diversity of argument the ladies debated which of the three, Giliberto, or Messer Ansaldo, or the necromancer, behaved with the most liberality in the affair of Madonna Dianora. Too long were it to tell. However, when the king had allowed them to dispute a while, he, with a glance at Fiammetta, bade her rescue them from their wrangling by telling a story. Fiammetta made no demur, but thus began:
Illustrious my ladies, I have ever been of opinion that in companies like ours one should speak so explicitly that the import of what is said should never by excessive circumscription afford matter for disputation, which is much more in place among students in the schools than among us, whose powers are scarce adequate to the management of the distaff and the spindle. Wherefore I, that had in mind a matter of, perchance, some nicety, now that I see you all at variance touching the matters last mooted, am minded to lay it aside, and tell you somewhat else, which concerns a man by no means of slight account, but a valiant king, being a chivalrous action that he did, albeit in no wise thereto actuated by his honour. There is none of you but may not seldom have heard tell of King Charles the Old or the First, by whose magnificent emprise, and the ensuing victory gained over King Manfred, the Ghibellines were driven forth of Florence, and the Guelphs returned thither. For which cause a knight, Messer Neri degli Uberti by name, departing Florence with his household and not a little money, resolved to fix his abode under no other sway than that of King Charles. And being fain of a lonely place in which to end his days in peace, he betook him to Castello da Mare di Stabia, and there, perchance a crossbow shot from the other houses of the place, amid the olives and hazels and chestnuts that abound in those parts, he bought an estate, on which he built a goodly house and commodious, with a pleasant garden beside it, in the midst of which, having no lack of running water, he set, after our Florentine fashion, a pond fair and clear, and speedily filled it with fish. And while thus he lived, daily occupying himself with naught else but how to make his garden more fair, it befell that King Charles, in the hot season, betook him to Castello da Mare to refresh himself a while, and hearing of the beauty of Messer Neri's garden, was desirous to view it. And having learned to whom it belonged, he bethought him that, as the knight was adherent to the party opposed to him, he would use more familiarity towards him than he would otherwise have done. And so he sent him word that he and 4 comrades would sup privily with him in his garden on the ensuing evening. Messer Neri felt himself much honoured, and having made his preparations with magnificence, and arranged the order of the ceremonies with his household, did all he could and knew to make the king cordially welcome to his fair garden. When the king had viewed the garden throughout, as also Messer Neri's house, and commended them, he washed and seated himself at one of the tables, which was set beside the pond, and bade Count Guy de Montfort, who was one of his companions, sit on one side of him, and Messer Neri on the other, and the other 3 to serve as they should be directed by Messer Neri. The dishes that were set before them were dainty, the wines excellent and rare, the order of the repast very fair and commendable, without the least noise or aught else that might distress, whereon the king bestowed no stinted praise. As thus he gaily supped, well pleased with the lovely spot, there came into the garden 2 young maidens, each perhaps 15 years old, blond both, their golden tresses falling all in ringlets about them, and crowned with a dainty garland of periwinkle flowers, and so delicate and fair of face were they, that they showed liker to angels than aught else, each clad in a robe of finest linen, white as snow upon their flesh, close fitting as might be from the waist up, but below the waist ample, like a pavilion, to the feet. She that was foremost bore on her shoulders a pair of nets, which she held with her left hand, carrying in her right a long pole. Her companion followed, bearing on her left shoulder a frying pan, under her left arm a bundle of faggots, and in her left hand a tripod, while in the other hand she carried a cruse of oil and a lighted taper. At sight of whom the king marvelled, and gazed intent to learn what it might import. The 2 young maidens came forward with becoming modesty, and did obeisance to the king, which done they hied them to the place of ingress to the pond, and she that had the frying pan, having set it down, and afterwards the other things, took the pole that the other carried, and so they both went down into the pond, being covered by its waters to their breasts. Whereupon one of Messer Neri's servants, having forthwith lit a fire, and set the tripod on the faggots and oil therein, addressed himself to wait until some fish should be thrown to him by the girls, who the one searching with a pole in those parts where she knew the fish lay hid, while the other made ready the nets, did in a brief space of time, to the exceeding great delight of the king, who watched them attentively, catch fish not a few, which they tossed to the servant, who set them, before the life was well out of them, in the frying pan. After which the maidens, as prearranged, addressed them to catch some of the finest fish, and cast them on to the table before the king and Count Guy and their father. The fish wriggled about the table to the prodigious delight of the king, who in like manner took some of them and courteously returned them to the girls, with which sport they diverted them until the servant had cooked the fish that had been given him, which by Messer Neri's command was set before the king rather as a side dish than as aught very rare or delicious. When the girls saw that all the fish were cooked, and that there was no occasion for them to catch any more, they came forth of the pond, their fine white garments cleaving everywhere close to their flesh, so as to hide scarce any part of their delicate persons. took up again the things that they had brought, and passing modestly before the king, returned to the house. The king and the count and the other gentlemen that waited had regarded the maidens with no little attention, and had, one and all, inly bestowed on them no little praise, as being fair and shapely, and therewithal sweet and debonair. But 'twas in the king's eyes that they especially found favour. Indeed, as they came forth of the water, the king had scanned each part of their bodies so intently that, had one of them pricked him, he would not have felt it. And his thoughts afterwards dwelling upon them, though he knew not what they were, nor how they came to be there, he felt stir within his heart a most ardent desire to pleasure them, whereby he knew very well that, if he took not care, he would grow enamoured. Howbeit he knew not whether of the twain pleased him the more, so like was each to the other. Having thus brooded a while, he turned to Messer Neri, and asked who the two damsels were. Whereto, "Sire," replied Messer Neri, "they are my twin daughters, and they are called, the one Ginevra the Fair, and the other Isotta the Blonde." Whereupon the king was loud in praise of them, and exhorted Messer Neri to bestow them in marriage. To which Messer Neri demurred, for that he no longer had the means. And naught of the supper now remaining to serve, save the fruit, in came the two young damsels in gowns of taffeta very fine, bearing in their hands two vast silver salvers full of diverse fruits, such as the season yielded, and set them on the table before the king. Which done, they withdrew a little space, and fell a singing to music a ditty, of which the opening words were as follows: "Love many words would not suffice, there were I come to tell." And so dulcet and delightsome was the strain that to the king, his eyes and ears alike charmed, it seemed as if all the 9 orders of angels were descended there to sing. The song ended, they knelt and respectfully craved the king's leave to depart, which, though sorely against his will, he gave them with a forced gaiety. Supper ended, the king and his companions, having remounted their horses, took leave of Messer Neri, and conversing of diverse matters, returned to the royal quarters. Where the king, still harbouring his secret passion, nor, despite affairs of state that supervened, being able to forget the beauty and sweetness of Ginevra the Fair, for whose sake he likewise loved her twin sister, was so limed by love that he could scarce think of aught else. So, feigning other reasons, he consorted familiarly with Messer Neri, and did much frequent his garden, that he might see Ginevra. And at length, being unable to endure his suffering any longer, and being minded, for that he could devise no other expedient, to despoil their father not only of the one, but of the other damsel also, he discovered both his love and his project to Count Guy, who, being a good man and true, thus made answer: "Sire, your tale causes me not a little astonishment, and that more especially because of your conversation from childhood to this very day, I have, methinks, known more than any other man. And as no such passion did I ever mark in you, even in your youth, when love should more readily have fixed you with his fangs, as now I discern, when you are already on the verge of old age, 'tis to me so strange, so surprising, that you should veritably love, that I deem it little short of a miracle. And were it meet for me to reprove you, well wot I the language I should hold to you, considering that you are yet in arms in a realm but lately won, among a people as yet unknown to you, and wily and treacherous in the extreme, and that the gravest anxieties and matters of high policy engross your mind, so that ye are not as yet able to sit down, and nevertheless, amid all these weighty concerns, you have given harbourage to false flattering love. This is not the wisdom of a great king, but the folly of a feather-pated boy. And moreover, what is far worse, you say that you are resolved to despoil this poor knight of his 2 daughters, whom, entertaining you in his house, and honouring you to the best of his power, he brought into your presence, all but naked, testifying thereby how great is his faith in you, and how assured he is that you are a king, and not a devouring wolf. Have you so soon forgotten that 'twas Manfred's outrageous usage of his subjects that opened you the way into this realm? What treachery was he ever guilty of that better merited eternal torment than 'twould be in you to wrest from one that honourably entreats you at once his hope and his consolation? What would be said of you if so you should do? Perchance you deem that 'twould suffice to say, I did it because he is a Ghibelline. Is it then consistent with the justice of a king that those, be they who they may, who seek his protection, as this man has sought yours, should be entreated after this sort? King, I bid you remember that exceedingly great as is your glory, to have vanquished Manfred, yet to conquer oneself is still a greater glory, wherefore you, to whom belongs the correction of others, see to it that you conquer yourself, and refrain this unruly passion, and let not such a blot mar the splendour of your achievements. Sore stricken at heart by the Count's words, and the more mortified that he acknowledged their truth, the king heaved a fervent sigh or two, and then, Count, quoth he, that enemy there is none, however mighty, but to the practised warrior is weak enough and easy to conquer in comparison of his own appetite. I make no doubt. But great though the struggle will be, and immeasurable the force that it demands, so shrewdly galled am I by your words, that not many days will have gone by before I shall without fail have done enough to show you that I, that am the conqueror of others, am no less able to gain the victory over myself. And indeed, but a few days thereafter, the king, on his return to Naples, being minded at once to leave himself no excuse for dishonourable conduct, and to recompense the knight for his honourable entreatment of him, did, albeit 'twas hard for him to endow another with that which he had most ardently desired for himself, none the less resolved to bestow the two damsels in marriage, and that not as Messaneri's daughters, but as his own. Wherefore, Messaneri consenting, he provided both with magnificent dowries, and gave Ginevra the Fair to Messer Maffeo da Palizzi, and Isotta the Blonde to Messer Guglielmo della Magna, noble knights and great barons both. Which done, sad at heart beyond measure, he betook him to Apulia, and by incessant travail did so mortify his vehement appetite that he snapped and broke in pieces the fetters of love, and for the rest of his days was no more vexed by such passion. Perchance there will be those who say that 'tis but a trifle for a king to bestow two girls in marriage, nor shall I dispute it, but say we that a king in love bestowed in marriage her whom he loved, neither having taken nor taking of his love leaf or flower or fruit. Then this, I say, was a great feat indeed, as great as might be. After such a sort, then, did this magnificent king, at once generously rewarding the noble knight, commendably honouring the damsels that he loved, and stoutly subduing himself. End of Day 10, the 6th story.
Day 10, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 10, the 7th story. King Pedro, being apprised of the fervent love borne him by Lisa, who thereof is sick, comforts her, and forthwith gives her in marriage to a young gentleman, and having kissed her on the brow, ever after professes himself her knight.
When Fiammetta was come to the end of her story, and not a little praise had been accorded to the virile magnificence of King Charles, albeit one there was of the ladies, who being a Ghibelline joined not therein, Pomponea, having received the king's command, thus began:
None is there of discernment, worshipful my ladies, that would say otherwise than you have said touching good King Charles, unless for some other cause she bear him a grudge. However, for that there comes to my mind the, perchance no less honourable entreatment of one of our Florentine girls by one of his adversaries, I am minded to recount the same to you. What time the French were driven forth of Sicily, there dwelt at Palermo one of our Florentines. That was an apothecary, Bernardo Puccini by name, a man of great wealth, that by his lady had an only and exceeding fair daughter, then of marriageable age. Now, King Pedro of Aragon, being instated in the sovereignty of the island, did at Palermo make with his barons marvellous celebration thereof, during which, as he tilted after the Catalan fashion, it befell that Bernardo's daughter, Lisa by name, being with other ladies at a window, did thence espy him in the course, whereat, being prodigiously delighted, she regarded him again and again, and grew fervently enamoured of him. Nor yet, when the festivities were ended, and she was at home with her father, was there aught she could think of but this, her exalted and aspiring love, in regard whereof that which most irked her was a sense of her low rank, which scarce permitted her any hope of a happy issue, but, for all that, give over her love for the king she would not, nor yet, for fear of worse to come, dared she discover it. The king meanwhile, recking, witting nothing of the matter, her suffering waxed immeasurable, intolerable, and her love ever growing, with ever fresh accessions of melancholy, the fair maiden, overborne at last, fell sick, and visibly day by day wasted like snow in sunlight. Distraught with grief thereat, her father and mother afforded her such succour as they might with words of good cheer, and counsel of physicians, and physic, but all to no purpose, for that she, in despair of her love, was resolved no more to live. Now, her father, assuring her that there was no whim of hers but should be gratified, the fancy took her that, if she might find apt means, she would, before she died, make her love and her resolve known to the king. Wherefore one day she besought her father to cause Minuccio d'Arezzo to come to her, which Minuccio was a singer and the musician of those days, reputed most skilful, and well seen of King Pedro. Bernardo, deeming that Lisa desired but to hear him play and sing a while, conveyed her message to him, and he, being an agreeable fellow, came to her forthwith, and after giving her some words of loving cheer, sweetly discoursed some airs upon his viol, and then sang her some songs, whereby, while he thought to comfort her, he did but add fire and flame to her love. Presently the girl said that she would fain say a few words to him in private, and when all else were withdrawn from the chamber, Minutio, quoth she, thee have I chosen, deeming thee most trusty to be the keeper of my secret, relying upon thee in the first place never to betray it to a soul, and next to lend me in regard thereof such aid as thou mayst be able, and so I pray thee to do. Thou must know then, Minutio mine, that on the day when our Lord King Pedro held the great festival and celebration of his triumph, I, seeing him tilt, was so smitten with love of him, that thereof was kindled within my soul the fire which has brought me, as thou seest, to this pass. And knowing how ill it beseems me to love a king, and being unable, I say not to banish it from my heart, but so much as to bring it within bounds, and finding it exceeding grievous to bear, I have made choice of death as the lesser pain, and die I shall. But should he wot not of my love before I die, sore disconsolate should I depart, and knowing not by whom more aptly than by thee I might give him to know this my frame, I am minded to entrust the communication thereof to thee, which office I entreat thee not to refuse, and having discharged it, to let me know, that dying thus consoled, I may depart this pain. Which said, she silently wept. Marvelling at the loftiness of the girl's spirit and her desperate determination, Minutio commiserated her, not a little. And presently it occurred to him that there was a way in which he might honourably serve her. Wherefore, Lisa, quoth he, my faith I plight thee, wherein thou mayst place sure confidence that I shall never play thee false, and lauding thy high emprise, to wit, the setting thine affections upon so great a king, I proffer thee mine aid, whereby so thou wilt be of good cheer, I hope, and believe, that before thou shalt see the third day from now go by, I shall have brought thee tidings, which will be to thee for an exceeding great joy. And, not to lose time, I will set to work at once. And so Lisa, assuring him that she would be of good cheer, and plying him afresh with instant obsecrations, bade him Godspeed. And Minutio, having taken leave of her, hied him to one Mico de Siena, a very expert rhymester of those days, who, at his instant request, made the ensuing song. Hence hie thee, love, and hasting to my king, give him to know what torment dire I bear, how that to death I fare, still close, for fear, my passion harbouring. Lo, love, to thee with clasped hands I turn, and pray thee seek him where he tarrieth, and tell him how I oft for him to yearn, so sweetly he my heart enamoureth. And of the fire wherewith I thoroughly burn I think to die, but may the hour on earth say when my grievous pain shall with my breath surcease, till when neither may fear nor shame the least abate the flame, to his ears my woeful story bring. Since of him I was first enamoured, never hast thou, O love, my fearful heart, with any such fond hope encouraged, as e'er its message to him to impart, to him, my lord, that me so sore bested, holds, dying thus, 'twere grievous to depart. Perchance were he to know my cruel start, 'twould not displease him, might I but make bold my soul to him to unfold, and show him all my woeful languishing. Love, since 'twast not thy will me to accord such boldness as that ever unto my king I may discover my sad heart's full hoard, or any word or sign thereof him bring. This all my prayer to thee, O sweet my lord, hie thee to him, and so him whispering, mind of the day I saw him turning, with all his paladins environed, and grew enamoured, even to my heart's disrupting. Which words Minuccio forthwith set to music, after a soft and plaintive fashion befitting their sense, and on the third day thereafter hied him to court, while King Pedro was yet at breakfast. And being bidden by the king to sing something at the accompaniment of his viol, he gave them this song, with such sweet concord of words and music that all the folk that were in the king's hall seemed, as it were, entranced. So intent and absorbed stood they to listen, and the king rather more than the rest. And when Minuccio had done singing, the king asked whence the song came. That, as far as he knew, he had never heard it before. "Sire," replied Minuccio, "'tis not yet 3 days since 'twas made, words and music alike." And being asked by the king in regard of whom 'twas made, "I dare not," quoth he, "discover such a secret save to you alone." Bent on hearing the story, the king, when the tables were cleared, took Minuccio into his privy chamber, and there Minuccio told him everything exactly as he had heard it from Lisa's lips, whereby the king was much gratified, and lauded the maiden not a little, and said that a girl of such high spirit merited considerable treatment, and bade Minuccio to be his envoy to her, and comfort her, and tell her that without fail that very day at vespers he would come to visit her. Overjoyed to bear the girl such gladsome tidings, Minuccio tarried not, but hied him back to the girl with his viol, and being closeted with her, told her all that had passed, and then sang the song to the accompaniment of his viol, whereby the girl was so cheered and delighted that forthwith there appeared most marked and manifest signs of the amendment of her health, while with passionate longing, albeit none in the house knew or divined it, she awaited the vesper hour, when she was to see her lord. Knowing the girl very well, and knowing how fair she was, and pondering divers times on what Minuccio had told him, the king, being a prince of a liberal and kindly disposition, grew ever more compassionate. So about vespers he mounted his horse and rode forth, as if for mere pleasure, and being come to the apothecary's house, demanded access to a very goodly garden that the apothecary had, and having dismounted, after a while enquired of Bernardo touching his daughter, and whether he had yet bestowed her in marriage. "Sire," replied Bernardo, "she is not yet married, and indeed she has been and is still very ill, howbeit since none she is wonderfully amended." The significance of which amendment being forthwith apprehended by the king, "In good faith," quoth he, "'twere a pity so fair a creature were reft from the world so early. We would go in and visit her." And presently, attended only by 2 of his lords and Bernardo, he betook him to her chamber, where, being entered, he drew nigh the bed whereon the girl had reclined, half sate in eager expectation of his coming, and taking her by the hand, "Madonna," quoth he, "what means this? A maiden like you should be the comfort of others, and you suffer yourself to languish. We would entreat you that for the love of us you be of good cheer, so as speedily to recover your health. To feel the touch of his hand, whom she loved above all else, albeit somewhat shamefast, was so enraptured that 'twas as if she was in paradise. And soon as she was able, "My lord," she said, "'twas the endeavour, weak as I am, to sustain a most grievous burden that brought this sickness upon me. But 'twill not be long ere you will see me quit thereof, thanks to your courtesy." The hidden meaning of which words was apprehended only by the king, who momentarily made more account of the girl, and again inly cursed fortune, that had decreed that she should be the daughter of such a man. And yet a while he tarried with her, and comforted her, and so took his leave. Which gracious behaviour of the king was not a little commended, and accounted a signal honour to the apothecary and his daughter. The girl, glad at heart, as was ever lady of her lover, mended with reviving hope, and in a few days recovered her health, and therewith more than all her wonted beauty. Whereupon the king, having taken counsel with the queen how to reward so great a love, got him one day to horse with a great company of his barons, and hied him to the apothecary's house. And being come into the garden, he sent for the apothecary and his daughter. And there, being joined by the queen with not a few ladies, who received the girl into their company, they made such cheer as 'twas a wonder to see. And after a while, the king and queen having called Lisa to them, quoth the king, "Honourable damsel, by the great love that you have borne us, we are moved greatly to honour you, and we trust that, for love of us, the honour that we design for you will be acceptable to you. Now, 'tis thus we would honour you, to wit, that, seeing that you are of marriageable age, we would have you take for husband him that we shall give you, albeit 'tis none the less our purpose ever to call ourself your knight, demanding no other tribute of all your love but one sole kiss." Scarlet from brow to neck, the girl, making the king's pleasure her own, thus with a low voice replied, "My lord, very sure am I that, should it come to be known that I was grown enamoured of you, most folk would hold me for a fool, deeming perchance that I was out of my mind, and witless alike of my own rank and yours. But God, who alone reads the hearts of us mortals, knows that even then, when first I did affect you, I wist that you were the king, and I but the daughter of Bernardo the apothecary, and that to suffer my passion to soar so high did ill become me. But as you know far better than I, none loves of set and discreet purpose, but only according to the dictates of impulse and fancy, which law my forces, albeit not seldom opposed, being powerless to withstand, I loved, and still love, and shall ever love you. But as no sooner knew I myself subjugated to your love, than I vowed to ever have no will but yours. Therefore not only am I compliant to take right gladly him whom you shall be pleased to give me for husband, thereby conferring upon me great honour and dignity, but if you should bid me tarry in the fire, delighted were I to obey, so thereby I might pleasure you. How far it beseems me to have you, my king, for my knight, you best know, and therefore I say naught thereof. Nor will the kiss which you crave as your sole tribute of my love be granted you save by leave of my lady the queen. Natheless may you have of this great graciousness that you and my lady the queen have shown me, and which I may not requite, abundant recompense in the blessing and favour of God. And so she was silent. The queen was mightily delighted with the girl's answer, and deemed her as discreet as the king had said. The king then sent for the girl's father and mother, and being assured that his intention had their approval, summoned to his presence a young man, Perdicone by name, that was of gentle birth, but in poor circumstances, and put certain rings into his hand, and, he nowise gainsaying, wedded him to Lisa. Which done, besides jewels many and precious that he and the queen gave the girl, he forthwith bestowed upon Perdicone 2 domains, right goodly and of ample revenues, to wit, Cephalou and Calabalotta, saying, We give them to thee for thy wife's dowry. What we have in store for thee thou wilt learn hereafter. Which said, he turned to the girl, and, Now, quoth he, we are minded to cull that fruit which is due to us of thy love. And so, taking her head between both his hands, he kissed her brow. Wherefore great was the joy of Perdicone, and the father and mother and Lisa herself, and mighty the cheer they made, and gaily did they celebrate the nuptials. And as many affirm, right well did the king keep his promise to the girl, for that ever while he lived he called himself her knight, nor went to any passage of arms bearing other device than that which he had from her. Now, 'tis by doing after this sort that sovereigns win the hearts of their subjects, give others occasion of well-doing, and gain for themselves an imperishable renown, at which mark few or none in our times have bent the brow of their understanding, the more part of the princes having become but cruel tyrants. End of Day 10, the 7th story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 10, the 8th story of the Decameron, Part A. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Reg. Day 10, the 8th story, Part A. Sophronia, albeit she deems herself wife to Gesippus, is wife to Titus Suentius Fulvus, and goes with him to Rome, where Gesippus arrives in indigence, and deeming himself scorned by Titus, to compass his own death, avers that he has slain a man. Titus recognizes him, and to save his life alleges that 'twas he that slew the man, whereof he that did the deed being witness, he discovers himself as the murderer, whereby it comes to pass that they are all three liberated by Octavianus, and Titus gives Gesippus his sister to wife, and shares with him all his substance.
So ceased Pampinea, and when all the ladies, and most of them Gebelin, had commended King Pedro, Philomela by command of the king thus began.
Magnificent my ladies, who wot not that there is naught so great but kings, when they have a mind, may accomplish it, as also that 'tis of them that magnificence is most especially demanded. Now whoso, being powerful, does that which it appertains him to do, does well, but therein is no such a matter of marvel or occasion of extolling him to the skies as in his deed, of whom, for that his power is slight, less is demanded. Wherefore, as you are so profuse of your word in exaltation of the fine deeds, as you deem them, of monarchs, I make no manner of doubt, but that the doings of our peers must seem to you yet more delectable and commendable, when they equal or surpass those of kings. Accordingly, 'tis a transaction, laudable and magnificent, that passed between two citizens, who were friends, that I propose to recount to you in my story. I say then, that what time Octavianus Caesar, not as yet high Augustus, but being in the office called Triumvirate, swayed the empire of Rome, there dwelt at Rome a gentleman, Publius Quintius Fulvus by name, who, having a son, Titus Quintius Fulvus, that was a very prodigy of wit, sent him to Athens to study philosophy, and to the best of his power commended him to a nobleman of that city, Cremes by name, who was his very old friend. Cremes lodged Titus in his own house with his son Gesippus, and placed both Titus and Gesippus under a philosopher named Aristippus, to learn of him his doctrine. And the two youths, thus keeping together, found each the other's conversation so congruous with his own, that there grew up between them a friendship so close and brotherly, that was never broken by aught but death, nor knew either rest or solace save when he was with the other. So, gifted alike with preeminent subtlety of wit, they entered on their studies, and with even pace and prodigious applause scaled together the glorious heights of philosophy, in which way of life, to the exceeding great delight of Cremes, who entreated Titus as no less his son than Gesippus, they continued for full 3 years, at the end whereof it befell, after the common course of things mundane, that Cremes, being now aged, departed this life, whom with equal grief they mourn as a common father, and the friends and kinsfolk of Cremes were alike at a loss to determine whether of the twain stood in need of the more consolation upon the bereavement. Some months afterward the friends and kinsfolk of Gesippus came to him and exhorted him, as did also Titus, to take a wife, and found him a maiden, wondrous fair, of one of the most noble houses of Athens, her name Sophronia, and her age about 15 years. So a time was appointed for their nuptials, and one day, when 'twas near at hand, Gesippus bade Titus come see the maiden, whom as yet he had not seen, and they, being come into her house, and she sitting betwixt them, Titus, as he were fain to observe with care the several charms of his friend's wife that was to be, surveyed her with the closest attention, and being delighted beyond measure with all that he saw, grew, as inly he extolled her charms to the skies, enamoured of her, with a love as ardent, albeit he gave no sign of it, as ever lover bore to lady. However, after they had tarried a while with her, they took their leave and went home, where Titus repaired to his chamber, and there gave himself over to solitary musing on the damsel's charms, and the longer he brooded, the more he burned for her. Whereon, as he reflected, having heaved many a fervent sigh, thus he began to commune with himself. Ah, woe worth thy life, Titus, whom makest thou the mistress of thy soul, thy love, thy hope? Knowest thou not that by reason as well of thy honourable entreatment by Cremes and his kin as the whole-hearted friendship that is between thee and Gesippus, it behoves thee to have his betrothed in even such pious regard as if she were thy sister? Whither art thou suffering beguiling love, delusive hope, to hurry thee? Open the eyes of thine understanding, and see thyself, wretched man, as thou art, obey the dictates of thy reason, refrain thy carnal appetite, control thine inordinate desires, and give thy thoughts another bent, join battle with thy lust at the outset, and conquer thyself while there is yet time. This which thou wouldst have is not meet, is not seemly. This which thou art minded to ensue, thou wouldst rather, though thou wert, as thou art not, sure of its attainment, eschew, hadst thou but the respect thou shouldst have, for the claims of true friendship. So then, Titus, what wilt thou do? What but abandon this unseemly love, if thou wouldst do as it behoves thee? But then, as he remembered Sophronia, his thoughts took the contrary direction, and he recounted all that he had said, musing on this wise: the laws of love are a force above all others. They abrogate not only the law of human friendship, but the law divine itself. How many times ere now has father loved daughter, brother sister, stepmother stepson? Aberrations far more notable than that a friend should love his friend's wife, which has happened 1,000 times. Besides which, I am young, and youth is altogether subject to the laws of love. Love's pleasure, then, should be mine. The seemly is for folk of riper years. 'Tis not in my power to will aught save that which love wills. So beauteous is this damsel that there is none but should love her, and if I love her, who am young, who can justly censure me? I love her not because she is the affianced of Gyzippus. No matter whose she was, I should love her all the same. Herein is fortune to blame, that gave her to my friend Gyzippus rather than to another. And if she is worthy of love, as for beauty she is, Gyzippus, if he should come to know that I love her, ought to be less jealous than another. Then, scorning himself that he should indulge such thoughts, he relapsed into the opposing mood, albeit not to abide there, but ever veering to and fro. He spent not only the whole of that day and the ensuing night, but many others, insomuch that, being able neither to eat nor to sleep, he grew so weak that he was fain to take his bed. Gyzippus, who had marked his moodiness for some days, and now saw that he was fairly sick, was much distressed, and with sedulous care, never quitting his side, he tended and strove as best he might to comfort him, not seldom and most earnestly demanding to know of him the cause of his melancholy and his sickness. Many were the subterfuges to which Titus resorted, but as Gyzippus was not to be put off with his fables, finding himself hard pressed by him, with sighs and sobs he made answer on this wise: Gyzippus, had such been the will of God, I were fain rather to die than to live, seeing that fortune has brought me a strait in which needs must my virtue be put to the ordeal, and to my worst grievous shame 'tis found wanting. Whereof I confidently expect my due reward, to wit, death, which will be more welcome to me than to live, haunted ever by the memory of my baseness, which, as there is naught that from thee I either should or can conceal, I, not without burning shame, will discover to thee. And so he recounted the whole story from first to last, the occasion of his melancholy, its several moods, their conflict, and which of them the victory rested, averring that he was dying of love for Sophronia, and that, knowing how ill such love beseemed him, he had for penance elected to die, and deemed the end was now not far off. Gyzippus, hearing his words and seeing his tears, for a while knew not what to say, being himself smitten with the damsel's charms, albeit in a less degree than Titus, but ere long he made up his mind that Sophronia must be less dear to him than his friend's life. And so, moved to tears by his friend's tears, Titus, quoth he between his sobs, but that thou art in need of comfort, I should reproach thee, that thou hadst offended against our friendship, in that thou hast so long kept close from me this most distressful passion, and albeit thou didst deem it unseemly, yet unseemly things should no more than things seemly be withheld from a friend, for that, as a friend rejoices with his friend in things seemly, so he does in his endeavour to wean his friend from things unseemly. But enough of this for the nonce. I pass to that which, I wot, is of greater moment. If thou ardently lovest Sophronia, my affianced, so far from marvelling thereat, I should greatly marvel were it not so, knowing how fair she is, and how noble is thy soul, and thus the apter to be swayed by passion, the more excelling is she by whom thou art charmed. And the juster the cause thou hast to love Sophronia, the greater is the injustice with which thou complainest of fortune, albeit thou dost it not in so many words, for giving her to me, as if thy love of her had been seemly, had she belonged to any other but me, whereas, if thou art still the wise man thou wast wont to be, thou must know that to none could fortune have assigned her with such good cause for thee to thank her, as to me. Had any other had her, albeit thy love had been seemly, he had loved her as his own rather than as thine, which, if thou deem me even such a friend to thee as I am, thou wilt not apprehend from me, seeing that I mind me not that since we were friends I had ever aught that was not as much thine as mine, and so should I entreat thee herein as in all other matters, were the affair gone so far that naught else were possible. But as it is, I can make thee sole possessor of her, and so I mean to do, for I know not what cause thou shouldst have to prize my friendship, if, where in seemly sort it might be done, I knew not how to surrender my will to thine. 'Tis true that Sophronia is my betrothed, and that I loved her much, and had great cheer in expectation of the nuptials, but as thou, being much more discerning than I, dost more fervently affect this rare prize, rest assured that she will enter my chamber not mine, but thine. Wherefore away with thy moodiness, banish thy melancholy, recover thy lost health, thy heartiness and jollity, and gladsomely, even from this very hour, anticipate the guerdon of thy love, a love worthier far than mine. Delightful as was the prospect with which hope flattered Titus, as he heard Gyzippus thus speak, no less was the shame with which right reason affected him, admonishing him that the greater was the liberality of Gyzippus, the less it would become him to profit thereby. Wherefore, still weeping, he thus constrained himself to make answer: Gyzippus, thy generous and true friendship leaves me in no doubt as to the manner in which it becomes me to act. God forfend that her, whom as to the more worthy he has given to thee, I should ever accept of thee for mine. Had he seen fit that she should be mine, far be it from thee or any other to suppose that he would ever have awarded her to thee. Renounce not, then, that which thy choice and wise counsel, and his gift, have made thine, and leave me to whom, as unworthy, he has appointed no such happiness, to waste my life in tears, for either I shall conquer my grief, which will be grateful to thee, or it will conquer me, and so I shall be quit of my pain. Quoth then Gyzippus, if our friendship, Titus, is of such a sort as may entitle me to enforce thee to eschew behests of mine, or as may induce thee of thine own free will to eschew the same, such is the use which, most of all, I am minded to put it, and if thou lend me considerate ear upon my prayers, I shall by force, that force which is lawful in the interest of a friend, make Sophronia thine. I know the might of love, how redoubtable it is, and how, not once only, but oftentimes, it has brought ill-starred lovers to a miserable death, and thee I see so hard-bested, that turn back thou mightst not, nor get the better of thy grief, but, holding on thy course, must succumb, and perish, and, without doubt, I should speedily follow thee. And so, had I no other cause to love thee, thy life is precious to me in that my own is bound up with it. Sophronia then shall be thine, for thou wouldst not lightly find another so much to thy mind, and I shall readily find another to love, and so shall content both thee and me. In which matter, peradventure, I might not be so liberal, were wives so scarce or hard to find as our friends. Wherefore, as 'tis so easy a matter for me to find another wife, I had liefer, I say not lose her, for in giving her to thee, lose her I shall not, but only transfer her to one that is my alter ego, and that to her advantage I shall liefer, I say, transfer her to thee than lose thee. And so, if aught my prayers avail with thee, I entreat thee extricate thyself from thy woeful plight, and comfort at once thyself and me, and in good hope address thyself to pluck that boon which thy fervent love craves of her for whom thou yearnest. Still scrupling for shame to consent that Sophronia should become his wife, Titus remained yet a while inexorable, but, yielding at last to the solicitations of love, reinforced by the exhortations of Gesippus, thus he made answer: Lo now, Gesippus, I know not how to call it, whether 'tis more thy pleasure than mine, 'tis which I do, seeing that 'tis as thy pleasure that thou so earnestly entreatest me to do it. But as thy liberality is such that my shame, though becoming, may not withstand it, I will even do it. But of this rest assured, that I do so, witting well that I receive from thee not only the lady I love, but with her my very life. And fate permitting, may the gods grant me to make thee such honourable and goodly requital as may show thee how sensible I am of the boon, which thou, more compassionate of me than I am of myself, conferrest on me. Quoth then Gesippus, Now for the giving effect to our purpose, methinks, Titus, we should proceed on this wise. Thou knowest that Sophronia by treaty at length concluded between my family and hers is become my betrothed. Were I now to say that she should not be my wife, great indeed were the scandal that would come thereof, and should affront both her family and mine own, whereof indeed I should make no account, so it gave me to see her become thine. But I fear that, were I to give her up at this juncture, her family would forthwith bestow her upon another, perchance than thee, and so we should both be losers. Wherefore methinks that, should thou approve, I were best to complete what I have begun, bring her home as my wife, and celebrate the nuptials, and thereafter we can arrange that thou lie with her, privily, as thy wife. Then, time and occasion serving, we will disclose the whole affair, and if they are satisfied, well and good; if not, 'twill be done all the same, and, as it cannot be undone, they must, perforce, make the best of it. Which counsel being approved by Titus, Gesippus brought the lady home as his wife, Titus being now recovered, and quite himself again. And when they had made great cheer, and night was come, the ladies, having bedded the bride, took their departure. Now the chambers of Titus and Gesippus were contiguous, and one might pass from one into the other. Gesippus, therefore, being come into his room, extinguished every ray of light, and stole into that of Titus, and bade him to get him to bed with his lady. Whereat Titus gave way to shame, and would have changed his mind, and refused to go in. But Gesippus, no less zealous at heart than in words to serve his friend, after no small contention, prevailed on him to go thither. Now no sooner was Titus abed with the lady, than, taking her in his arms, he, as if jestingly, asked in a low tone whether she minded to be his wife. She, taking him to be Gesippus, answered yes, whereupon he set a fair and costly ring on her finger, saying, And I am minded to be thy husband. And having presently consummated the marriage, he long and amorously disported him with her, neither she nor any other being ever aware that another than Gesippus lay with her. Now Titus and Sophronia being after this sort wedded, Publius, the father of Titus, departed this life, for which cause Titus was bidden by letter to return forthwith to Rome to see to his affairs. Wherefore he took counsel with Gesippus, how he might take Sophronia thither with him, which might not well be done without giving her to know how matters stood. Whereof, accordingly, one day, having called her into the chamber, they fully apprised her, Titus, for her better assurance, bringing her recollection not a little of what had passed between them. Whereat she, after glancing from one to the other somewhat disdainfully, burst into a flood of tears, and reproached Gesippus that he had so deluded her, and forthwith, saying naught of the matter to any there, she hied her forth to Gesippus' house and home to her father, to whom and her mother she recounted the deceit which Gesippus had practised upon them as upon her, averring that she was the wife not of Gesippus, as they supposed, but of Titus. Whereby her father was aggrieved exceedingly, and prolonged and grave complaint was made thereof by him and his own and Gesippus' families, and there was not a little parleying, and a world of pother. Gesippus earned the hatred of both his own and Sophronia's kin, and all agreed that he merited not only censure but severe punishment. He, however, averred that he had done a thing seemly, and that Sophronia's kinsfolk owed him thanks for giving her in marriage to one better than himself. All which Titus witnessed with great suffering, and witting that 'twas the way of the Greeks to launch forth in high words and menaces, and refrain not until they should meet with one that answered them, whereupon they were wont to grow not only humble but even abject, was at length minded that their clavers should no longer pass unanswered, and, as with his Roman temper he united Athenian subtlety, he cleverly contrived to bring the kinsfolk, as well of Gesippus as of Sophronia, together in a temple, where, being entered, attended only by Gesippus, thus, they being intent to hear, he harangued them. "'Tis the opinion of not a few philosophers, that whatsoever mortals do is ordained by the providence of the immortal gods, for which cause some would have it that naught either is, or ever shall be, done, save of necessity, albeit others there are that restrict this necessity to that which is already done. Regard we but these opinions with some little attention, and we shall very plainly perceive that to censure that which cannot be undone is naught else but to be minded to show oneself wiser than the gods, by whom we must suppose that we and our affairs are swayed and governed with uniform and unerring wisdom. Whereby you may very readily understand how vain and foolish a presumption it is to pass judgment on other doings, and what manner and might of chains they need who suffer themselves to be transported to such excess of daring, among whom, in my judgment, you must one and all be numbered, if 'tis true, what I hear, to wit, that you have complained and do continue to complain that Sophronia, albeit you gave her to Gesippus, is nevertheless become my wife, not considering that 'twas ordained from all eternity that she should become not the wife of Gesippus but mine, as the fact does now declare. End of Part A of Day 10, the 8th story. Day 10, the 8th story of the Decameron, Part B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 10, the 8th story, Part B. But for that discourse of the secret providence and purposes of the gods seems to many a matter hard and scarce to be understood, I am willing to assume that they meddle in no wise with our concerns, and to descend to the region of human counsels, in speaking whereof I must needs do two things quite at variance with my wont, to wit, in some degree praise myself and censure or vilify another. But, as in either case I mean not to deviate from the truth, and 'tis what the occasion demands, I shall not fail to do so. With bitter upbraidings, animated rather by rage than by reason, you cease not to murmur, nay, to cry out, against Gyzippus, and to harass him with your abuse, and hold him condemned, for that her, whom you saw fit to give him, he has seen fit to give me, to wife, wherein I deem him worthy of the highest commendation, and that for two reasons. First, because he has done the office of a friend, and secondly, because he has done more wisely than you did. After what sort the sacred laws of friendship prescribe that friend shall entreat friend, 'tis not my present purpose to declare. 'Twill suffice to remind you that the tie of friendship should be more binding than that of blood or kinship, seeing that our friends are of our own choosing, whereas our kinsfolk are appointed us by fortune. Wherefore, if my life was more to Gyzippus than your good will, since I am, as I hold myself, his friend, can any wonder thereat? But pass we to my second reason, in the exposition whereof I must needs with yet more cogency prove you that he has been wiser than you, seeing that methinks you wot not of the providence of the gods, and still less of the consequences of friendship. I say then, that as 'twas your premeditated and deliberate choice that gave Sophronia to this young philosopher Gyzippus, so 'twas his that gave her to another young philosopher. 'Twas your counsel that gave her to an Athenian, 'twas his that gave her to a Roman. 'Twas your counsel that gave her to a man of gentle birth, 'twas his that gave her to one of birth yet gentler. Wealthy was he to whom your counsel gave her, most wealthy he to whom his counsel gave her. Not only did he to whom your counsel gave her love her not, but he scarce knew her, whereas 'twas the one that loved her beyond all other blessings, nay, more dearly than his own life, that his counsel gave her. And to the end that it may appear more plainly that 'tis even as I say, and Gyzippus' counsel more to be commended than yours, let us examine it point by point, that I, like Gyzippus, am young and a philosopher, my countenance and my pursuits may, without making more words about the matter, sufficiently attest. We are also of the same age, and have ever kept pace together in our studies. Now true it is that he is an Athenian, and I am a Roman, but as touching the comparative glory of the cities, should the matter be mooted, I say that I am of a free city, and he of a city tributary, that I am of a city that is mistress of all the world, and he of one that is subject to mine, that I am of a city that flourishes mightily in arms, in empire, and in art, whereas he cannot boast his city as famous, save in arts. Moreover, albeit you see me here in the guise of a most humble scholar, I am not born of the dregs of the populace of Rome. My halls and the public places of Rome are full of the antique effigies of my forefathers, and the annals of Rome abound with the records of triumphs led by the Quintii to the Roman Capitol, and so far from age having withered it, today, yet more abundantly than ever of yore, flourishes the glory of our name. Of my wealth I forbear, for shame, to speak, being mindful that honest poverty is time-honoured, and the richest inheritance of the noble citizens of Rome. But, allowing for the nonce the opinion of the vulgar, which holds poverty in disrepute, and highly appraises wealth, I, albeit I never sought it, yet, as the favoured of fortune, have abundant store thereof. Now well I wot that Gyzippus, being of your own city, you justly prized and prize an alliance with him, but not a whit less should you prize an alliance with me at Rome, considering that there you will have in me an excellent host, and a patron apt, zealous, and potent, to serve you as well in matters of public interest as in your private concerns. who then, dismissing all bias from his mind, and judging with impartial reason, would deem your counsel more commendable than that of Gyzippus? Assuredly none. Sophronia, then, being married to Titus Quintius Fulvus, a citizen of Rome, of an ancient and illustrious house, and wealthy, and a friend of Gyzippus, whoso takes umbrage of offence thereat, does that which it behoves him not to do, and knows not what he does. Perchance some will say that their complaint is not that Sophronia is the wife of Titus, but that she became his wife after such a sort, to wit, privily, by theft, neither friend nor any of her kin witting aught thereof. But herein is no matter of marvel, no prodigy as yet unheard of. I need not instance those who before now have taken to them husbands in defiance of their father's will, or have eloped with their lovers, and been their mistresses before they were their wives, or of whose marriages no word has been spoken, until their pregnancy or parturition published them to the world, and necessity sanctioned the fact. Naught of this has happened in the case of Sophronia. On the contrary, 'twas in proper form, and in meet and seemly sort, that Gyzippus gave her to Titus, and others peradventure will say that 'twas by one to whom such office belonged not that she was bestowed in marriage. Nay, but this is but vain and womanish querulousness, and comes of scant consideration. Know we not, then, that fortune varies according to circumstances, her methods, and her means of disposing events to their predetermined ends? What matter it is to me, if it be a cobbler rather than a philosopher, that fortune has ordained to compass something for me, whether privily or overtly, so only the result is as it should be. I ought, indeed, to take order, if the cobbler be indiscreet, that he meddle no more in affairs of mine, but at the same time I ought to thank him for what he has done. If Gyzippus has duly bestowed Sophronia in marriage, it is gratuitous folly to find fault with the manner and the person. If you mistrust his judgment, have a care that it be not in his power to do the like again, but thank him for this turn. Natheless, you are to know that I used no cunning practice or deceit to sully in any degree the fair fame of your house in the person of Sophronia, and, albeit I took her privily to wife, I came not as a ravisher to despoil her of her virginity, nor in any hostile sort was I minded to make her mine on dishonourable terms, and spurn your alliance, but, being fervently enamoured of her bewitching beauty and her noble qualities, I wist well that, should I make suit for her with those formalities with you, perchance, will say were due, then, for the great love you bear her, and for fear lest I should take her away with me to Rome, I might not hope to have her. Accordingly, I made use of the secret practice which is now manifest to you, and brought Gyzippus to consent in my interest to that whereto he was averse, and thereafter, ardently though I loved her, I sought not to commingle with her as a lover, but as a husband, nor closed with her, until, as she herself by her true witness may assure you, I had but apt words, and with the ring made her my lawful wife, asking her if she would have me to husband, whereto she answered yes, wherein, if she seems to have been tricked, 'tis not I that am to blame, but she, for that she asked me not who I was. This, then, is the great wrong, sin, crime, whereof for love and friendship's sake Gyzippus and I are guilty, that Sophronia is privily become the wife of Titus Quintius. 'Tis for this that you harass him with your menaces and hostile machinations. What more would you do, had he given her to a villain, to a caitiff, to a slave? Where would you find fetters, dungeons, crosses adequate to your vengeance? But enough of this at present. An event, which I did not expect, has now happened. My father is dead, and I must needs return to Rome, wherefore, being fain to take Sophronia with me, I have discovered to you that which otherwise I had, perchance, still kept close. whereto, if you are wise, you will gladly reconcile yourselves, for that, if I had been minded to play you false, or put an affront upon you, I might have scornfully abandoned her to you. But God forefend that such baseness be ever harboured in a Roman breast. Sophronia, then, by the will of the gods, by force of law, and by my own love-taught astuteness, is mine. The which it would seem that you, deeming yourselves, peradventure, wiser than the gods, or the rest of mankind, do foolishly set at naught, and that in two ways alike most offensive to me, inasmuch as you both withhold from me Sophronia, in whom right, as against me, you have none, and also entreat as your enemy Gyzippus, to whom you are rightfully bounden. The folly whereof I purpose not at present fully to expound to you, but in friendly sort to counsel you to abate your wrath and abandon all your schemes of vengeance, and restore Sophronia to me, that I may part from you on terms of amity and alliance, and so abide. But of this rest assured, that whether this, which is done, like you or not, if you are minded to contravene it, I shall take Gyzippus hence with me, and once arrived in Rome, shall, in your despite, find means to recover her who is lawfully mine, and pursuing you with unremitting enmity, will apprise you by experience of the full measure and effect of a Roman's wrath. Having so said, Titus started to his feet, his countenance distorted by anger, and took Gyzippus by the hand, and with manifest contempt for all the rest, shaking his head at them and threatening them, led him out of the temple. They that remained in the temple, being partly persuaded by his arguments to accept his alliance and friendship, partly terrified by his last words, resolved by common consent that 'twas better to have the alliance with Titus, as they had lost that of Gyzippus, than to add to that loss the enmity of Titus. Wherefore they followed Titus, and having come up with him, told him that they were well pleased that Sophronia should be his, and that they should prize his alliance and the friendship of dear Gyzippus, and having ratified this treaty of amity and alliance with mutual cheer, they departed and sent Sophronia to Titus. Sophronia, discreetly making a virtue of necessity, transferred forthwith to Titus the love she had borne Gyzippus, and being come with Titus to Rome, was there received with no small honour. Gyzippus tarried in Athens, held in little account by well nigh all the citizens, and being involved in certain of their broils, was, not long afterwards, with all his household, banished the city, poor, nay destitute, and condemned to perpetual exile. Thus hard bested, and at length reduced to mendiancy, he made his way, so as least discomfortably he might, to Rome, being minded to see whether Titus would remember him, and there, learning that Titus lived, and was much affected by all the Romans, and having found out his house, he took his stand in front of it, and watched until Titus came by, to whom, for shame of the sorry trim that he was in, he ventured no word, but did his endeavour that he might be seen of him, hoping that Titus might recognize him, and call him by his name. But Titus passing on, Gyzippus deemed that he had seen and avoided him, and calling to mind that which aforetime he had done for him, went away wroth and desperate. And fasting and penniless, and, for 'twas now night, knowing not whither he went, and yearning above all for death, he wandered by chance to a spot which, albeit 'twas within the city, had much the aspect of a wilderness, and espying a spacious grotto, he took shelter in there for the night, and worn out at last with grief, on the bare ground, wretchedly clad as he was, he fell asleep. Now 2 men that had that night gone out a-thieving, having committed the theft, came towards morning to the grotto, and there quarrelled, and the stronger slew the other, and took himself off. Aroused by the noise, Gyzippus witnessed the murder, and deeming that he had now the means of compassing, without suicide, the death for which he so much longed, budged not a jot, but stayed there, until the serjeants of the court, which had already got wind of the affair, came on the scene, and laid violent hands upon him, and led him away. Being examined, he confessed that he had slain the man, and had then been unable to make his escape from the grotto. Wherefore the praetor, Marcus Varro by name, sentenced him to death by crucifixion, as was then the custom. But Titus, who happened at that moment to come into the praetorium, being told the crime for which he was condemned, and scanning the poor wretch's face, presently recognized him for Giuseppus, and marvelled how he should come to be there, and in such a woeful plight, and most ardently desiring to succour him, not seeing other way to save his life except to exonerate him by accusing himself, he straightway stepped forward, and said with a loud voice, "Marcus Varro, call back the poor man on whom thou hast passed sentence, for he is innocent. 'Tis enough that I have incurred the wrath of the gods by one deed of violence, to wit, the murder of whom your serjeants found dead this morning, without aggravating my offence by the death of another innocent man." Perplexed and vexed that he should have been heard by all in the praetorium, but unable honourably to avoid compliance with that which laws enjoined, Varro had Giuseppus brought back, and, in presence of Titus, said to him, "How camest thou to be so mad as, though no constraint was put upon thee, to confess a deed thou never didst, thy life being at stake? Thou saidst that 'twas thou by whom the man was slain last night, and now comes this other, and says that 'twas not thou, but he that slew him." Giuseppus looked, and seeing Titus, wist well that, being grateful for the service rendered by him in the past, Titus was now minded to save his life at the cost of his own. Wherefore, affected to tears, he said, "Nay, but, Varro, in very sooth I slew him, and 'tis now too late, this tender solicitude of Titus for my deliverance." But on his part, "Praetor," quoth Titus, "thou seest this man is a stranger, and was found unarmed beside the murdered man. Thou canst not doubt that he was fain of death for very wretchedness. Wherefore discharge him, and let punishment light on me, who have merited it." Marvelling at the importunity of both, Varro readily surmised that neither was guilty, and while he was casting about how he might acquit them, lo, in came a young man, one Publius Ambustus, a desperate character, and known to all the Romans for an arrant thief. He it was that had verily committed the murder, and witting both the men to be innocent of that of which each accused himself, so sore at heart was he by reason of their innocence, that, overborne by an exceeding great compassion, he presented himself before Varro, and, "Praetor," quoth he, "'tis destiny draws me hither to loose the knot of these men's contention, and some god within me leaves me no peace of his whips and stings, until I discover my offence, wherefore know that neither of these men is guilty of that which each accuses himself. 'Tis verily I that slew the man this morning, about daybreak, and before I slew him, while I was sharing our plunder with him, I espied this poor fellow asleep there. Naught need I say to clear Titus. The general bruit of his illustrious renown attests that he is not a man of such a sort. Discharge him, therefore, and extract from me the penalty prescribed by the laws." The affair had by this time come to the ears of Octavianus, who caused all three to be brought before him, and demanded to know the causes by which they had been severally moved to accuse themselves, and, each having told his story, Octavianus released the two by reason of their innocence, and the third for love of them. Titus took Giuseppus home, having first chidden him not a little for his faint-heartedness and diffidence, and there Sophronia receiving him as a brother, did him marvellous cheer, and having comforted him a while, and arrayed him in apparel befitting his worth and birth, he first shared with him all his substance, and then gave him his sister, a young damsel named Fulvia, to wife, and said to him, "Choose now, Giuseppus, whether thou wilt tarry here with me, or go back to Achaia with all that I have given thee." partly perforce of his banishment from his city, partly for that the sweet friendship of Titus was justly dear to him, Gizippus consented to become a Roman. And so long and happily they lived together at Rome, Gizippus with his Fulvia, and Titus with his Sophronia, in the same house, growing, if possible, greater friends day by day. Exceeding sacred then is friendship, and worthy not only to be had in veneration, but to be extolled with never-ending praise, as the most dutiful mother of magnificence and seemliness, sister of gratitude and charity, and foe to enmity and avarice, ever, without waiting to be asked, ready to do as generously by another as she would be done by herself. Rarely indeed is it to-day that twain are found, in whom her most holy fruits are manifest, for which is most shamefully answerable the covetousness of mankind, which, regarding only private interest, has banished friendship beyond earth's farthest bourne, there to abide in perpetual exile. How should love, or wealth, or kinship, how should aught but friendship have so quickened the soul of Gizippus, that the tears and sighs of Titus should incline his heart to cede to him the fair and gracious lady that was his betrothed and his beloved? Laws, menaces, terror, how should these, how should aught but friendship have withheld Gizippus, in lonely places, in hidden retreats, in his own bed, from enfolding, not perchance unsolicited by her, the fair damsel within his youthful embrace? Honours, rewards, gains, would Gizippus for these, would he, for aught but friendship, have made nothing of the loss of kindred, his own and Sophronia's, have made nothing of the injurious murmurs of the populace, have made nothing of mocks and scorns, so only he might content his friend? And on the other hand, for what other cause than friendship had Titus, when he might decently have feigned not to see, have striven with the utmost zeal to compass his own death, and set himself upon the cross in Gizippus' stead? Chi avrebbe Tito senza alcuna dilazione fatto liberalissimo a comunicare il suo ampissimo patrimonio con Gisippo, al quale la fortuna il suo aveva tolto, se non costei? And what but friendship had left no place for suspicion in the soul of Titus, and filled it with a most fervent desire to give his sister to Gizippus, albeit he saw him to be reduced to extreme penury and destitution? But so it is that men covet hosts of acquaintance, troops of kinsfolk, offsprings in plenty, and the number of their dependents increases with their wealth, and they reflect not that there is none of these, be he who he may, but will be more apprehensive of the least peril threatening himself than cumbered to avert a great peril from his lord or kinsman, whereas between friends we know 'tis quite contrariwise. End of Day 10, the 8th story. Read by J.C. Guan, January 2009.
Day 10, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 10, the 9th story. Saladin, in guise of a merchant, is honorably entreated by Messer Torello. The crusade ensuing, Messer Torello appoints a date after which his wife may marry again. He is taken prisoner, and by training hawks comes under the Soldan's notice. The Soldan recognizes him, makes himself known to him, and entreats him with all honor. Messer Torello falls sick, and by magic arts is transported in a single night to Pavia, where his wife's second marriage is then to be solemnized, and being present thereat, is recognized by her, and returns with her to his house.
So ended Philomela her story, and when all alike had commended the magnificence shown by Titus in his gratitude, the king, reserving the last place for Dioneo, thus began:
Lovesome, my ladies, true beyond all question, is what Philomela reports of friendship, and with justice did she deplore in her closing words the little account in which 'tis held to-day among mortals. And were we here for the purpose of correcting, or even of censuring, the vices of the age, I should add a copious sequel to her discourse. But as we have another end in view, it has occurred to me to set before you in a narrative, which will be of considerable length, but entertaining throughout, an instance of Saladin's magnificence, to the end that, albeit by reason of our vices, it may not be possible for us to gain to the full the friendship of any, yet by the matters whereof you shall hear in my story, we may at least be incited to take delight in doing good offices, in the hope that sooner or later we may come by our reward thereof. I say, then, that in the time of the Emperor Frederick I, as certain writers affirm, the Christians made common emprise for the recovery of the Holy Land, whereof that most valiant prince, Saladin, then Soldan of Babylonia, being in good time apprised, resolved to see for himself the preparations made by the Christian potentates for the said emprise, that he might put himself in better trim to meet them. So, having ordered all things to his mind in Egypt, he made as if he were bound on a pilgrimage, and attended only by 2 of his chiefest and sagest lords, and 3 servants, took the road in the guise of a merchant. And having surveyed many provinces of Christendom, as they rode through Lombardy with intent to cross the Alps, they chanced, between Milan and Pavia, to fall in with a gentleman, one Messer Torello d'Istria de Pavia, who, with his servants, and his dogs and falcons, was betaking him to a fine estate that he had on the Ticino, there to tarry a while. Now Messer Torello no sooner espied Saladin and his lords than he guessed them to be gentlemen and foreigners, and being zealous to do them honour, when Saladin asked one of his servants how far off Pavia might still be, and if he might win there in time to enter the town, he suffered not the servant to make answer, but, "No, gentlemen," quoth he, "by the time you reach Pavia 'twill be too late for you to enter." "So," replied Saladin, "then might you be pleased to direct us, as we are strangers, where we may best be lodged?" "That gladly will I," returned Messer Torello. "I was but thinking to send one of these my men on an errand to Pavia. I will send him with you, and he will guide you to a place where you will find very comfortable quarters." Then, turning to one of his most trusted servants, he gave him his instructions and dispatched him with them. After which he repaired to his estate, and forthwith, as best he might, caused a goodly supper to be made ready, and the table set in his garden. Which done, he stationed himself at the gate on the lookout for his guests. The servant, conversing with the gentlemen of divers matters, brought them by devious roads to his lord's estate, without their being ware of it. Whom as soon as Messer Torello espied, he came forth afoot to meet them, and said with a smile, "A hearty welcome to you, gentlemen." Now Saladin, being very quick of apprehension, perceived that the knight had doubted when he met them that, were he to bid them to his house, they might not accept his hospitality, and accordingly, that it might not be in their power to decline it, had brought them to his house by a ruse. And so, returning his greeting, "Sir," quoth he, "were it meet to find fault with those that show courtesy, we should have a grievance against you, for that, to say naught of somewhat delaying our journey, you have in guerdon of a single greeting constrained us to accept so noble a courtesy as yours." Whereto the knight, who was of good understanding and well spoken, made answer, "Gentlemen, such courtesy as we show you will, in comparison of that which, by what I gather from your aspect, were meet for you, prove but a sorry thing. But in sooth this side of Pavia you might not anywhere have been well lodged. Wherefore take it not amiss that you have come somewhat out of your way, to find less discomfortable quarters. And as he spoke, about them flocked the servants, who, having helped them to dismount, saw to their horses. Whereupon Messer Torello conducted them to the chambers that were made ready for them, where, having caused them to be relieved of their boots and refreshed with the coolest of wines, he held pleasant converse with them until supper time. Saladin and his lords and servants all knew Latin, so that they both understood, and made themselves understood, very well, and there was none of them but adjudged this knight to be the most agreeable and debonair man, and therewithal the best talker, that he had ever seen. While to Messer Torello, on the other hand, they showed as far greater magnificos than he had at first supposed, whereby he was inly vexed that he had not been able that evening to do them the honours of company, and a more ceremonious banquet. For which default he resolved to make amends on the ensuing morning. Wherefore, having imparted to one of his servants that which he would have done, he sent him to his most judicious and high-minded lady at Pavia, which was close by, and where never a gate was locked. Which done, he brought the gentlemen into the garden, and courteously asked them who they were. "We are Cypriot merchants," replied Saladin, "and 'tis from Cyprus we come, and we are on our way to Paris on business." Quoth then Messer Torello, "Would to God that our country-bred gentlemen of such quality as are the merchants that I see Cyprus breeds." From which they passed to discourse of other matters, until supper time being come, he besought them to seat them at table. Whereat, considering that the supper was but improvised, their entertainment was excellent and well ordered. The tables being cleared, Messer Torello, surmising that they must be weary, kept them no long time from their rest, but bestowed them in most comfortable beds, and soon after went to rest himself. Meanwhile the servant that he had sent to Pavia did his lord's errand to the lady, who, in the style rather of a queen than of a housewife, forthwith assembled not a few of Messer Torello's friends and vassals, and caused all meet preparation to be made for a magnificent banquet, and by messengers bearing torches bade not a few of the noblest of the citizens thereto, and had store of silken and other fabrics and vair brought in, and all set in order in every point, as her husband had directed. Day came, and the gentlemen being risen, Messer Torello got him to horse with them, and having sent for his hawks, brought them to a ford, and showed them how the hawks flew. By and by, Saladin requesting of him a guide to the best inn at Pavia. "I myself will be your guide," returned Messer Torello, "for I have occasion to go thither." Which offer they, nothing doubting, did gladly accept, and so with him they set forth. And about tierce, being come to the city, and expecting to be directed to the best inn, they were brought by Messer Torello to his own house, where they were forthwith surrounded by full 50 of the greatest folk of the city, gathered there to give the gentlemen a welcome. And 'twas who should hold a bridle or a stirrup while they dismounted. Whereby Saladin and his lords, more than guessing the truth, "Messer Torello," quoth they, "'twas not this that we craved of you. Honour enough had we from you last night, and far in excess of our desires, wherefore thou mightest very well have left us to go our own road." Whereto, "Gentlemen," replied Messer Torello, "for that which was done yestereve I have to thank fortune rather than you, seeing that fortune surprised you on the road at an hour when you must needs repair to my little house. For that which shall be done this morning I shall be beholden to you, as will also these gentlemen that surround you, with whom, if you deem it courteous to do so, you may refuse to breakfast, if you like." Fairly conquered, Saladin and his lords dismounted, and heartily welcomed by the gentlemen, were conducted to the chambers which had been most sumptuously adorned for their use, and having laid aside their riding dress, and taken some refreshment, repaired to the saloon, where all had been made ready with splendour. There, having washed their hands, they sat them down to table, and were regaled with a magnificent repast of many courses, served with all stately and fair ceremony, insomuch that, had the emperor himself been there, 'twould not have been possible to do him more honour. And albeit Saladin and his lords were grandees, and used to exceeding great displays of pomp and state, nevertheless this showed to them as not a little marvellous, and one of the greatest they had ever seen, having regard to the quality of their host, whom they knew to be but a citizen, and no lord. Breakfast done, and the tables cleared, they conversed a while of high matters, and then, as 'twas very hot, all the gentlemen of Pavia, so it pleased Messer Torello, retired for their siesta, while he remained with his 3 guests, with whom he presently withdrew into a chamber, whither, that there might be naught that he held dear which they had not seen, he called his noble lady. And so the dame, exceeding fair and stately of person, and arrayed in rich apparel, with her 2 little boys, that showed as 2 angels, on either hand, presented herself before them, and graciously greeted them. Whereupon they rose and returned her salutation with reverence, and caused her to sit down among them, and made much of her 2 little boys. But after some interchange of gracious discourse, Messer Torello being withdrawn somewhat apart, she asked them courteously whence they came, and whither they were bound, and had of them the same answer that Messer Torello had received. "So," quoth the lady with a joyful air, "then I see that my woman's wit will be of service to you, wherefore I pray you as a special favour neither to reject nor to despise the little gift that I am about to present to you, but reflecting that, as women have but small minds, so they make but small gifts, accept it, having regard rather to the good will of the giver than the magnitude of the gift." She then caused bring forth for each of them 2 pair of robes, lined the one with silk, the other with vair, no such robes as citizens or merchants, but such as lords used to wear, and 3 vests of taffeta, besides linen clothes, and "Take them," quoth she, "the robes I give you are even such as I have arrayed my lord withal. The other things, considering that you are far from your wives, and have come a long way, and have yet a long way to go, and that merchants love to be neat and trim, may, albeit they are of no great value, be yet acceptable to you." Wondering, the gentlemen acknowledged without reserve that there was no point of courtesy wherein Messer Torello was not minded to acquit himself towards them. And noting the lordly fashion of the robes, unsuited to the quality of merchants, they misdoubted that Messer Torello had recognized them. However, quoth one of them to the lady, "Gifts great indeed are these, madam, nor such as lightly to accept, were it not that thereto we are constrained by your prayers, to which we may on no account say no." Whereupon, Messer Torello being now come back, the lady bid them adieu, and took her leave of them, and in like manner did she cause their servants to be supplied with equipment suitable to them. The gentlemen, being much importuned thereto by Messer Torello, consented to tarry the rest of the day with him, and so, having slept, they donned their robes, and rode a while with him about the city, and supper time being come, they feasted magnificently, and with a numerous and honourable company. And so in due time they betook them to rest, and at daybreak, being risen, they found, in lieu of their jaded nags, 3 stout and excellent palfreys, and in like manner fresh and goodly mounts for their servants, which Saladin marking, turned to his lords, and "By God," quoth he, "never was gentleman more complete and courteous and considerate than this Messer Torello, and if the Christian kings are as kingly as he is knightly, there is none of them whose onset the Soldan of Babylon might well abide, to say naught of so many as we see making ready to fall upon him." However, knowing that 'twas not permissible to refuse, he very courteously thanked Messer Torello, and so they got them to horse. Messer Torello, with a numerous company, escorted them far beyond the gate of the city, until, loath though Saladin was to part from him, so greatly did he now affect him, yet as he must needs speed on, he besought him to turn back. Whereupon, albeit it irked him to take leave of them, "Gentlemen," quoth Messer Torello, "since such is your pleasure, I obey. But this I must say to you, who you are I know not, nor would I know more than you are pleased to impart. But whoever you may be, you will not make me believe that you are merchants this while, and so adieu." To whom Saladin, having already taken leave of all his company, thus made answer: "Peradventure, sir, we shall one day give you to see somewhat of our merchandise, and thereby confirm your belief. And so adieu." Thus parted Saladin and his company from Messer Torello, Saladin burning with an exceeding great desire, if life should be continued to him, and the war, which he anticipated, should not undo him, to show Messer Torello no less honour than he had received at his hands, and conversing not a little with his lords, both of Messer Torello himself and of his lady, and all that he did, and that in any wise concerned him, ever more highly commending him. However, having with much diligence spied out all the west, he put to sea, and returned with his company to Alexandria. And having now all needful information, he put himself in a posture of defence. Messer Torello, his mind full of his late guests, returned to Pavia, but, though he long pondered who they might be, he came never at or anywhere near the truth. Then, with great and general mustering of forces, came the time for embarking on the emprise, and Messer Torello, heeding not the tearful entreaties of his wife, resolved to join therein. So, being fully equipped and about to take horse, he said to his lady, whom he most dearly loved: "Wife, for honour's sake, and for the weal of my soul, I go, as thou seest, on this emprise. Our substance and our honour I commend to thy care. Certain I am of my departure, but for the 1,000 accidents that may ensue, certitude I have none of my return. Wherefore I would have thee do me this grace, that whatever be my fate, shouldst thou lack certain intelligence that I live, thou wilt expect me a year and a month and a day from this departure, before you marry again." Whereto the lady, weeping bitterly, made answer: "Messer Torello, I know not how I shall support the distress in which, thus departing, you leave me. But should my life not fail beneath it, and aught befall thee, live and die secure that I shall live and die the wife of Messer Torello and of his memory." Whereupon, "Wife," returned Messer Torello, "well assured I am that, so far as in thee shall lie, this promise of thine will be kept. But thou art young and fair, and of a great family, and thy virtue is rare and generally known. Wherefore I make no doubt that, should there be any suspicion of my death, thou wilt be asked of thy brothers and kinsmen by many a great gentleman, against whose attacks, though thou desire it never so, thou wilt not be able to hold out, but wilt perforce be fain to gratify one or other of them, for which cause it is that I ask thee to wait just so long and no longer." "As I have said," replied the lady, "so, in so far as I may, I shall do, and if I must needs do otherwise, rest assured that of this your behest I shall render you obedience. But I pray God that he bring neither you nor me to such a strait yet a while." Which said, the lady wept, and having embraced Messer Torello, drew from her finger a ring, and gave it to him, saying: "Should it betide that I die before I see you again, mind you of me when you look upon it." Messer Torello took the ring, and got him to horse, and having bidden all adieu, fared forth on his journey. And being arrived with his company at Genoa, he embarked on a galley, and having departed thence, in no long time arrived at Acre, and joined the green Christian host, wherein there by and by broke out an exceeding great and mortal sickness, during which, whether owing to Saladin's strategy or his good fortune, he made an easy capture of well nigh all the remnant of the Christians that were escaped, and quartered them in divers prisons in many cities. Of which captives, Messer Torello being one, was brought to Alexandria and there confined, where, not being known, and fearing to make himself known, he, under constraint of necessity, applied him to the training of hawks, whereof he was a very great master. And thereby he fell under the notice of Saladin, who took him out of the prison, and made him his falconer. The Soldan called him by no other name than Christian, and neither recognized nor was recognized by him, who, his whole soul ever in Pavia, essayed many a time to escape, that he might return thither, but still without success. Wherefore certain Genoese, that were come to Alexandria as ambassadors to the Soldan, for the redemption of some of their townsfolk, being about to return, he resolved to write to his lady, how that he lived, and would come back to her, as soon as he might, and that she should expect his return. And having so done, he earnestly besought one of the ambassadors, whom he knew, to see that the letter reached the hands of the abbot of San Pietro in Ciel d'Oro, who was his uncle. Now, such being the posture of Messer Torello's affairs, it befell one day that while he talked with Saladin of his hawks, he smiled, whereby his mouth shaped itself in a fashion of which Saladin had taken particular note while he was at Pavia. And so, recalling Messer Torello to mind, he fixed his gaze upon him, and it seemed to him that 'twas indeed Messer Torello. Wherefore, leaving the matter of which they were conversing, "Tell me, Christian," quoth he, "of what country art thou in the west?" "My lord," replied Messer Torello, "I am a Lombard, of a city called Pavia, a poor man, and of humble condition." Which when he heard, Saladin, well nigh resolved of his doubt, said joyfully to himself, "God has provided me with the occasion meet to prove to this man what store I set by his courtesy." And without another word, he brought him into a room where he kept all his wearing apparel, and said, "Look, Christian, if among these robes there be any that thou hast ever seen before." So Messer Torello examined the robes, and espied those which his lady had given to Saladin. But deeming that they could not be the same, he replied, "My lord, there is no robe here that I recognize, albeit 'tis true that those robes are such as I once wore myself, in company with 3 merchants that came to my house." Whereupon Saladin could refrain himself no longer, but, tenderly embracing him, "You," quoth he, "are Messer Torello d'Istria, and I am one of those 3 merchants, to whom your lady gave these robes. And now is the time to warrant you of the quality of my merchandise, as when I parted from you, I told you might come to pass." Which to hear, Messer Torello was at once overjoyed and abashed, overjoyed to have entertained so illustrious a guest, and abashed, for that it seemed to him that he had given him but a sorry entertainment. To whom, "Messer Torello," quoth Saladin, "since hither God has sent you to me, deem that 'tis no more I that am lord here, but you." And so they made great cheer together, and then Saladin caused Messer Torello to be royally arrayed, and presented him to all his greatest lords, and having extolled his merit in no stinted measure, bade all, as they hoped for grace from him, honour Messer Torello even as himself. And so from that hour did they all, but most especially the 2 lords that had been with Saladin at Messer Torello's house. The glory to which Messer Torello thus suddenly found himself raised somewhat diverted his mind from the affairs of Lombardy, and the more so for that he entertained no doubt that his letter had reached his uncle's hands. But for that in the camp, or rather army, of the Christians, on the day when they were taken by Saladin, there died and was buried one Messer Torello de Dignes, an obscure knight of Provence, whereas Messer Torello d'Istria was known to all host for a right noble gentleman, whoso heard tell that Messer Torello was dead, supposed that was Messer Torello d'Istria, and not Messer Torello de Dignes. Nor did what happened after, to wit, the capture, avail to undeceive them. For not a few Italians had carried the report with them, among whom there were some who made bold to say that they had seen Messer Torello d'Istria's dead body, and had been present at its interment. Which rumour coming to the ears of his lady and his kinsfolk, great indeed, nay immeasurable, was the distress that it occasioned, not only to them, but to all that had known him. The mode and measure of his lady's grief, her mourning, her lamentation, 'twere tedious to describe. Enough that, after some months spent in almost unmitigated tribulation, her sorrow showed signs of abatement, whereupon, suit being made for her hand by some of the greatest men of Lombardy, her brothers and other kinsfolk began to importune her to marry again. Times not a few, and with floods of tears, she refused. But, overborne at last, she consented to do as they would have her, upon the understanding that she was to remain unmarried until the term for which she had bound herself to Messer Torello was fulfilled. Now the lady's affairs being in this posture at Pavia, it befell that some 8 days or so before the time appointed for her marriage, Messer Torello one day espied in Alexandria one that he had observed go with the Genoese ambassadors aboard the galley that took them to Genoa, wherefore he called them, and asked him what sort of a voyage they had had, and when they had reached Genoa. "My lord," replied the other, "the galley made but a sorry voyage of it, as I learned in Crete, where I remained. For that, while she was nearing Sicily, there arose a terrible gale from the north that drove her on to the shoals of Barbary, and never a soul escaped, and among the rest my 2 brothers were lost." Which report believing, and 'twas indeed most true, and calling to mind that in a few days the term that he had asked of his wife would be fulfilled, and surmising that there could be no tidings of him at Pavia, Messer Torello made no question but that the lady was provided with another husband, whereby he sank into such a depth of woe that he lost all power to eat, and betook him to his bed and resigned himself to die. Which when Saladin, by whom he was most dearly beloved, learned, he came to him, and having plied him with many and most instant entreaties, learned at length the cause of his distress and sickness, and having chidden him not a little that he had not sooner apprised him thereof, he besought him to put on a cheerful courage, assuring him that if so he did, he would bring it to pass that he should be in Pavia at the time appointed, and told him how. Believing Saladin's word the more readily that he had many times heard that 'twas possible, and had not seldom been done, Messer Torello recovered heart, and was instant with Saladin that he should make all haste. Accordingly, Saladin bade one of his necromancers, of whose skill he had already had proof, to devise a method whereby Messer Torello should be transported abed in a single night to Pavia. The necromancer made answer that it should be done, but that 'twere best he put Messer Torello to sleep. The matter being thus arranged, Saladin hied him back to Messer Torello, and finding him most earnestly desirous to be in Pavia at the time appointed, if so it might be, and if not, to die. "Messer Torello," quoth he, "if you dearly love your lady, and misdoubt that she may become the bride of another, nowise, God wot, do I censure you, for that, of all the ladies that ever I saw, she, for bearing, manners, and address, to say naught of beauty, which is but the flower that perishes, seems to me the most worthy to be lauded and cherished. Much had I been gratified, since fortune has sent you hither to me, that, while you and I yet live, we had exercised equal lordship in the governance of this my realm, and if such was not God's will, and this must needs come upon you, that you are fain either to be at Pavia at the time appointed, or to die, I had desired of all things to have been apprised thereof at such a time that I might have sent you home with such honourable circumstance, and state, and escort, as befit your high desert. Which not being vouchsafed me, and as naught will content you but to be there forthwith, I do what I can, and speed you thither on such wise as I have told you. My lord, replied Messer Torello, had you said naught, you have already done enough to prove your good will towards me, and that in so high a degree as is quite beyond my deserts, and most assured of the truth of what you say, shall I live or die, and so had done, had you not said it. But, seeing that my resolve is taken, I pray you that which you promise to do be done speedily, for that after tomorrow I may no longer count on being expected. Saladin assured him that 'twas so ordered that he should not be disappointed. And on the morrow, it being his purpose to speed him on his journey that same night, he caused to be set up in one of his great halls a most goodly and sumptuous bed, composed of mattresses, all, as was their wont, of velvet and cloth of gold, and had it covered with a quilt, adorned at several intervals with enormous pearls and most rare precious stones, insomuch that 'twas in after time accounted a priceless treasure, and furnished with 2 pillows to match it. Which done, he bade array Messer Torello, who was now quite recovered, in a robe after the Saracenic fashion, the richest and goodliest thing of the kind that was ever seen, and wrap about his head, according to their wont, one of their huge turbans. Then, at a late hour, Saladin, attended by certain of his lords, entered the chamber where Messer Torello was, and seating himself beside him, all but wept, as thus he began. Messer Torello, the time is nigh at hand when you and I must part. Wherefore, since I may neither give you my own nor others' company, the journey that you are about to make not permitting it, I am come here, as 'tis fitting, in this chamber, to take my leave of you. Wherefore, before I bid you adieu, I entreat you by that friendship, that love, which is between us, that you forget me not, and that, if it be possible, when you have settled your affairs in Lombardy, you come at least once, before our days are ended, to visit me, that thereby I may both have the delight of seeing you again, and make good that omission which, by reason of your haste, I must needs now make. And that in the meantime it irk thee not to visit me by letter, and to ask of me whatever you shall have in mind to, and be sure that there lives not the man whom I shall content more gladly than you. Messer Torello could not refrain his tears, and so, with words few and broken by his sobs, he answered that 'twas impossible that the Soldan's generous deeds and chivalrous character should ever be forgotten by him, and without fail he would do as he bade him, so soon as occasion should serve him. Whereupon Saladin tenderly embraced and kissed him, and with many a tear bade him adieu, and quitted the chamber. His lords then took leave of Messer Torello, and followed Saladin into the hall, where he had had the bed made ready. 'Twas now late, and the necromancer being intent to hasten Messer Torello's transit, a physician brought him a potion, and having first shown him what he was to give him by way of viaticum, caused him to drink it, and not long after he fell asleep, in which state he was carried by Saladin's command, and laid on the goodly bed, whereon he set a large and fair and most sumptuous crown, marking it in such sort that there could be no mistake that it was sent by Saladin to Messer Torello's wife. He next placed on Messer Torello's finger a ring, in which was set a carbuncle of such brilliance that it showed as a lighted torch, and of well-nigh inestimable value. After which he girded on him a sword, the appointments of which might not readily be appraised, and therewithal he adorned him in front with a pendant, wherein were pearls, the like of which had never been seen, and not a few other rare jewels. and moreover, on either side of him he set 2 vast basins of gold full of pistoles, and strings of pearls not a few, and rings and girdles, and other things, which 'twere tedious to enumerate, he disposed around him. Which done, he kissed Messer Torello again, and bade the necromancer speed him on his journey. Whereupon, forthwith, the bed, with Messer Torello thereon, was borne away from before Saladin's eyes, and he and his barons remained conversing thereof. The bed, as Messer Torello had requested, had already been deposited in the church of San Piero in Ciel d'Oro at Pavia, and Messer Torello, with all the aforesaid jewels and ornaments upon and about him, was lying thereon, and still slept, when, upon the stroke of matins, the sacristan came into the church, light in hand, and presently setting eyes on the sumptuous bed, was not only amazed, but mightily terrified, insomuch that he turned back and took flight. Which the abbot and monks, observing with no small surprise, asked wherefore he fled, and he told them. Whereupon, "Oh," quoth the abbot, "thou art no longer a child, nor yet so new to this church that thou shouldst so lightly be appalled. Go we now, and see who it is that has given thee this childish fright." So, with a blaze of torches, the abbot, attended by his monks, entered the church, and espied this wondrous costly bed whereon the knight slept. And, while, hesitant and fearful, daring not to approach the bed, they scanned the rare and splendid jewels, it befell that, the efficacy of the potion being exhausted, Messer Torello awoke and heaved a great sigh, whereat the monks and the abbot, quaking and crying out, "Lord, help us!" one and all took to flight. Messer Torello, opening his eyes and looking about him, saw, to his no small satisfaction, that without a doubt he was in the very place where he had craved of Saladin to be. So up he sat, and taking particular note of the matters with which he was surrounded, accounted the magnificence of Saladin to exceed even the measure, great though it was, that he already knew. However, he still kept quiet, save that, perceiving the monks in flight, and surmising the reason, he began to call the abbot by name, bidding him be of good courage, for that he was his nephew, Torello. Whereat the abbot did but wax more terrified, for that he deemed Torello had been many a month dead. But after a while, as he heard himself still called, sound judgment got the better of his fears, and making the sign of the cross, he drew nigh Torello, who said to him, "Father, what is it you fear? By God's grace I live, and hither am come back from overseas." Whom, for all he had grown a long beard and was dressed in the Saracenic fashion, the abbot after a while recognized, and now, quite reassured, took by the hand, saying, "Son, welcome home." Then, "No cause hast thou to marvel at our fears," he went on, "seeing that there is never a soul in these parts but firmly believes thee to be dead, insomuch that I may tell thee that Madonna Aldalietta, thy wife, overborne by the entreaties and menaces of her kinsfolk, and against her will, is provided with another husband, to whom she is this morning to go, and all is made ready for the nuptials and the attendant festivities." Whereupon, Messer Torello, being risen from the sumptuous bed, did the abbot and the monks wondrous cheer, and besought them, one and all, to tell never a soul of his return, until he had completed something that he had on hand. After which, having put the costly jewels in safe keeping, he recounted to the abbot all the story of his adventures to that very hour. The abbot, rejoicing in his good fortune, joined with him in offering thanks to God. Messer Torello then asked him who might be his wife's new husband, and the abbot told him. Quoth then Messer Torello, "Before my return be known, I purpose to see how my wife will comport herself at the nuptials. Wherefore, though 'tis not the wont of men of religion to go to such gatherings, I had lief that for love of me you arranged for us to go thither together." The abbot answered that he would gladly do so, and as soon as 'twas day, he sent word to the bridegroom that he had thoughts of being present at his nuptials, accompanied by a friend, whereto the gentleman made answer that he was much gratified. So, at the breakfast hour, Messer Torello, dressed as he was, hied him with the abbot to the bridegroom's house, as many as saw them gazing on him with wonder, but none recognizing him, and the abbot giving all to understand that he was a Saracen sent by the Soldan as ambassador to the King of France. Messer Torello was accordingly seated at a table directly opposite that of his lady, whom he eyed with exceeding great delight, the more so that he saw that in her face which showed him that she was chagrined by the nuptials. She in like manner from time to time bent her regard on him. Howbeit, what with his long beard and his foreign garb, and her firm persuasion that he was dead, she had still no sort of recollection of him. However, Messer Torello at length deemed it time to make trial of her, whether she would remember him. Wherefore he took the ring that the lady had given him on his departure, and keeping it close in the palm of his hand, he called to him a page that waited upon her, and said to him, "Tell the bride from me that 'tis the custom in my country that, when a stranger, such as I, eats with a bride, like herself, at her wedding feast, she, in token that he is welcome to her board, sends him the cup from which she herself drinks, full of wine. And when the stranger has drunk his fill, he closes the cup, and the bride drinks what is left therein." The page carried the message to the lady, who, being of good understanding and manners, and supposing him to be some very great man, by way of showing that she was gratified by his presence, commanded that a gilt cup that was on the table before her should be rinsed, and filled with wine, and borne to the gentleman. Which being done, Messer Torello, having privily conveyed her ring into his mouth, let it fall, while he drank, into the cup, on such wise that none wist thereof, and leaving but a little wine at the bottom, closed the cup, and returned it to the lady, who, having taken it, that she might do full honour to the custom of her guest's country, lifted the lid, and set the cup to her mouth, whereby, espying the ring, she thereon mutely gazed a while, and recognizing it for that which she had given Messer Torello on his departure, she steadfastly regarded the supposed stranger, whom now she also recognized. Whereupon, well nigh distracted, oversetting the table in front of her, she exclaimed, "'Tis my lord! 'Tis verily Messer Torello!" And rushing to the table at which she sat, giving never a thought to her apparel, or aught that was on the table, she flung herself upon it, and reaching forward as far as she could, she threw her arms about him and hugged him, nor for aught that any said or did could she be induced to release his neck, until Messer Torello himself bade her forbear a while, for that she would have time enough to kiss him thereafter. The lady then stood up, and for a while all was disorder, albeit the feast was yet more gladsome than before by reason of the recovery of so honourable a knight. Then, at Messer Torello's entreaty, all were silent, while he recounted to them the story of his adventures from the day of his departure to that hour, concluding by saying that the gentleman who, deeming him to be dead, had taken his lady to wife, ought not to be affronted if he, being alive, reclaimed her. The bridegroom, albeit he was somewhat crestfallen, made answer in frank and friendly sort that 'twas for Messer Torello to do what he liked with his own. The lady resigned the ring and the crown that her new spouse had given her, and put on the ring she had taken from the cup, and likewise the crown sent her by the Soldan. And so forth they hied them, and with full nuptial pomp wended their way to Messer Torello's house, and there for a great while they made merry with his late disconsolate friends and kinsfolk, and all the citizens, who accounted his restoration as little short of a miracle. Messer Torello, having bestowed part of his rare jewels upon him who had borne the cost of the wedding feast, and part on the abbot, and many other folk, and having by more than one messenger sent word of his safe homecoming and prosperous estate to Saladin, acknowledging himself ever his friend and vassal, lived many years thereafter with his worthy lady, acquitting himself yet more courteously than of yore. Such, then, was the end of the troubles of Messer Torello and his dear lady, and such the reward of their cheerful and ready courtesies. Now some there are that strive to do offices of courtesy, and have the means, but do them with so ill a grace, that, ere they are done, they have in effect sold them at a price above their worth. Wherefore, if no reward ensue to them thereof, neither they nor other folk have cause to marvel. End of Day 10, the 9th story.
Day 10, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 10. The 10th story. The Marquis of Saluzzo, overborne by the entreaties of his vassals, consents to take a wife, but being minded to please himself in the choice of her, takes a husbandman's daughter. He has 2 children by her, both of whom he makes her believe that he has put to death. Afterward, feigning to be tired of her, and to have taken another wife, he turns her out of doors in her shift, and brings his daughter into the house in guise of his bride. But, finding her patient under it all, he brings her home again, and shows her her children now grown up, and honours her, and causes her to be honoured as Marchioness.
Ended the king's long story, with which all seemed to be very well pleased. Quoth Diodio with a laugh, "The good man that looked that night to cause the boogie's tail to droop would scarve have contributed 2 pennyworths of all the praise you bestow on Messer Torello." Then, witting that it now only remained for him to tell, thus he began.
Gentle my ladies, this day, meseems, is dedicated to kings and soldans and folk of like quality. Wherefore, that I stray not too far from you, I am minded to tell you somewhat of a marquis, certes naught magnificent, but a piece of mad folly, albeit there came good thereof to him in the end, the which I counsel none to copy, for that great pity 'twas that it turned out well with him. There was in olden days a certain Marquis of Saluzzo, Gualtieri by name, a young man, but head of the house, who, having neither wife nor child, passed his time in naught else but hawking and hunting, and of taking a wife and begetting children had no thought, wherein he should have been accounted very wise. But his vassals, brooking it ill, did oftentimes entreat him to take a wife, that he might not die without an heir, and they be left without a lord, offering to find him one of such a pattern and of such parentage that he might marry with good hope, and be well content with the sequel. To whom, "My friends," replied Gualtieri, "you enforce me to that which I had resolved never to do, seeing how hard it is to find a wife whose ways accord well with one's own, and how plentiful is the supply of such as run counter thereto, and how grievous a life he leads who chances upon a lady that matches ill with him. And to say that you think to know the daughters by the qualities of their fathers and mothers, and thereby, so you would argue, to provide me with a wife to my liking, is but folly. For I wot not how you may penetrate the secrets of their mothers, so as to know their fathers; and granted that you do know them, daughters oftentimes resemble neither of their parents. However, as you are minded to rivet these fetters upon me, I am content that so it be, and that I may have no cause to reproach any but myself, should it turn out ill. I am resolved that my wife shall be of my own choosing. But of this rest assured, that no matter whom I choose, if she receive not from you the honour due to a lady, you shall prove to your great cost how sorely I resent being thus constrained by your importunity to take a wife against my will." The worthy men replied that they were well content, so only he would marry without more ado, and Gualtieri, who had long noted with approval the mien of a poor girl that dwelt on a farm hard by his house, and found her fair enough, deemed that with her he might pass a tolerably happy life. Wherefore he sought no further, but forthwith resolved to marry her, and having sent for her father, who was a very poor man, he contracted with him to take her to wife, which done, Gualtieri assembled all the friends he had in those parts, and "My friends," quoth he, "you were and are minded that I should take a wife, and rather to comply with your wishes than for any desire that I had to marry, I have made up my mind to do so. You remember the promise you gave me, to wit, that whomsoever I should take, you would pay her the duty due to a lady, which promise I now require you to keep, the time being come when I am to keep mine. I have found hard by here a maiden after mine own heart, whom I propose to take to wife, and to bring hither to my house in the course of a few days. Wherefore bethink you how you may make the nuptial peace splendid, and welcome her with all honour, that I may confess myself satisfied with your observance of your promise, as you will be with my observance of mine." The worthy men, one and all, answered with alacrity that they were well content, and that whoever she might be, they would entreat her as a lady, and pay her all due honour as such. After which they all addressed them to make goodly and grand and gladsome celebration of the event, as did also Gualtieri. He arranged for a wedding most stately and fair, and bade thereto a goodly number of his friends and kinsfolk, and great gentlemen, and others of the neighbourhood. And therewithal he caused many a fine and costly robe to be cut and fashioned to the figure of a girl who seemed to him of the like proportions as the girl that he proposed to wed, and laid in store besides of girdles and rings, with a costly and beautiful crown, and all the other paraphernalia of a bride. The day that he had appointed for the wedding being come, about half tierce he got him to horse with as many as had come to do him honour, and having made all needful dispositions, "Gentlemen," quoth he, "'tis time to go bring home the bride." And so away he rode with his company to the village, where, being come to the house of the girl's father, they found her returning from the spring with a bucket of water, making all the haste that she could, so she might afterwards go with the other women to see Gualtieri's bride come by, whom Gualtieri no sooner saw than he called her by her name, to wit, Griselda, and asked her where her father was. To whom she modestly made answer, "My lord, he is in the house." Whereupon Gualtieri dismounted, and having bidden the rest await him without, entered the cottage alone, and meeting her father, whose name was Gianucolo, "I am come," quoth he, "to wed Griselda. But first of all there are some matters I would learn from her own lips in thy presence." He then asked her whether, if he took her to wife, she would study to comply with his wishes, and be not wroth, no matter what he might say or do, and be obedient, with not a few other questions of a like sort, to all of which she answered "Ay." Whereupon Gualtieri took her by the hand, led her forth, and before the eyes of all his company, and of as many other folk as were there, caused her to strip naked, and let bring the garments that he had fashioned for her, and had her forthwith arrayed therein, and upon her unkempt head let set a crown, and then, while all wondered, "Gentlemen," quoth he, "this is she whom I purpose to make my wife, so she be minded to have me for husband." Then she, standing abashed and astonished, he turned to her, saying, "Griselda, wilt thou have me for thy husband?" To whom, "Ay, my lord," answered she. "And I will have thee to wife," said he, and married her before them all, and having set her upon a palfrey, he brought her home with pomp. The wedding was fair and stately, and had he married a daughter of the King of France, the feast could not have been more splendid. It seemed as if, with the change of her garb, the bride had acquired a new dignity of mind and mien. She was, as we have said, fair of form and feature, and therewithal she was now grown so engaging and gracious and debonair, that she showed no longer as the shepherdess and the daughter of Gianucolo, but as the daughter of some noble lord, insomuch that she caused as many as had known her before to marvel. Moreover, she was so obedient and devoted to her husband that he deemed himself the happiest and luckiest man in the world. and likewise so gracious and kindly was she to her husband's vassals, that there was none of them but loved her more dearly than himself, and was zealous to do her honour, and prayed for her welfare and prosperity and aggrandisement. And instead of, as erstwhile, saying that Gualtieri had done foolishly to take her to wife, now averred that he had not his like in the world for wisdom and discernment, for that, save to him, her noble qualities would ever have remained hidden under her sorry apparel and the garb of the peasant girl. And, in short, she so comported herself as in no long time to bring it to pass that, not only in the marquisate, but far and wide besides, her virtues and her admirable conversation were matter of common talk, and if aught had been said to the disadvantage of her husband when he married her, the judgment was now altogether to the contrary effect. She had not been long with Gualtieri before she conceived, and in a due time she was delivered of a girl, whereat Gualtieri made great cheer. But soon after a strange humour took possession of him, to wit, to put her patience to the proof by prolonged and intolerable hard usage. Wherefore he began by afflicting her with his gibes, putting on a vexed air, and telling her that his vassals were most sorely dissatisfied with her by reason of her base condition, and all the more so since they saw that she was a mother, and that they did naught but most ruefully murmur at the birth of a daughter. Whereto Griselda, without the least change of countenance or sign of discomposure, made answer, "My lord, do with me as thou mayst deem best for thine own honour and comfort, for well I wot that I am of less account than they, and unworthy of this honourable estate to which of thy courtesy thou hast advanced me." By which answer Gualtieri was well pleased, witting that she was in no degree puffed up with pride by his or any other's honourable entreatment of her. A while afterwards, having in general terms given his wife to understand that the vassals could not endure her daughter, he sent her a message by a servant. So the servant came, and "Madam," quoth he, with a most dolorous mien, "so I value my life, I must needs do my lord's bidding. He has bidden me take your daughter, and—" He said no more, but the lady, by what she heard, and read in his face, and remembered of her husband's words, understood that he was bidden to put the child to death. Whereupon she presently took the child from the cradle, and having kissed and blessed her, albeit she was very sore at heart, she changed not countenance, but placed it in the servant's arms, saying, "See that thou leave naught undone that my lord and thine has charged thee to do, but leave her not so that the beasts and the birds devour her, unless he have so bidden thee." So the servant took the child, and told Gualtieri what the lady had said, and Gualtieri, marvelling at her constancy, sent him with the child to Bologna, to one of his kinswomen, whom he besought to rear and educate the child with all care, but never to let it be known whose child she was. Soon after, it befell that the lady again conceived, and in due time was delivered of a son, whereat Gualtieri was overjoyed. But, not content with what he had done, he now even more poignantly afflicted the lady, and one day, with a ruffled mien, "Wife," quoth he, "since thou gavest birth to this boy, I may on no wise live in peace with my vassals, so bitterly do they reproach me that a grandson of Giannucolo is to succeed me as their lord. And therefore I fear that, so I be not minded to be sent a packing hence, I must even do herein as I did before, and in the end put thee away, and take another wife." The lady heard him patiently, and answered only, "My lord, study how thou mayest content thee and best please thyself, and waste no thought upon me, for there is naught I desire, save in so far as I know that 'tis thy pleasure." Not many days after, Gualtieri, in like manner as he had sent for the daughter, sent for the son, and having made a show of putting him to death, provided for his, as for the girl's, nurture at Bologna. Whereat the lady showed no more discomposure, or countenance, or speech, than at the loss of her daughter, which Gualtieri found passing strange, and inly affirmed that there was never another woman in the world that would have so done. And but that he had marked that she was most tenderly affectionate towards her children, whilst 'twas well pleasing to him, he had supposed that she was tired of them, whereas he knew that 'twas of her discretion that she so did. His vassals, who believed that he had put the children to death, held him mightily to blame for his cruelty, and felt the utmost compassion for the lady. She, however, said never aught to the ladies that condoled with her on the death of her children, but that the pleasure of him that had begotten them was her pleasure likewise. Years not a few had passed since the girl's birth, when Gualtieri at length deemed the time come to put his wife's patience to the final proof. Accordingly, in the presence of a great company of his vassals, he declared that on no wise might he longer brook to have Griselda to wife, that he confessed that in taking her he had done a sorry thing and the act of a stripling, and that he therefore meant to do what he could to procure the Pope's dispensation to put Griselda away and take another wife, for which cause, being much upbraided by many worthy men, he made no other answer, but only that needs must it so be. Whereof the lady being apprised, and now deeming that she must look to go back to her father's house, and perchance tend the sheep as she had aforetime, and to see him, to whom she was utterly devoted, engrossed by another woman, did inly bewail herself right sorely, but still, with the same composed mien with which she had borne fortune's former buffets, she set herself to endure this last outrage. Nor was it long before Gualtieri, by counterfeit letters which he caused to be sent to him from Rome, made his vassals believe that the Pope had thereby given him a dispensation to put Griselda away and take another wife. Wherefore, having caused her to be brought before him, he said to her, in the presence of not a few, "Wife, by licence granted me by the Pope, I am now free to put thee away and take another wife. And for that my forebears have always been great gentlemen and lords of these parts, whereas thine have ever been husbandmen, I purpose that thou go back to Gianucolo's house with the dowry that thou broughtest me, whereupon I shall bring home a lady that I have found, and who is meet to be my wife." 'Twas not without travail most grievous that the lady, as she heard this announcement, got the better of her woman's nature, and suppressing her tears, made answer, "My lord, I ever knew that my low degree was on no wise congruous with your nobility, and acknowledged that the rank I had with you was of your and God's bestowal, nor did I ever make as if it were mine by gift, or so esteem it, but still accounted it as a loan. 'Tis your pleasure to recall it, and therefore it should be, and is, my pleasure to render it up to you. So here is your ring with which you espoused me. Take it back. You bid me take with me the dowry that I brought you, which to do will require neither paymaster on your part, nor purse nor pack horse on mine, for I am not unmindful that naked was I when you first had me. And if you deem it seemly that that body in which I have borne children, by you begotten, be beheld of all, naked will I depart. But yet I pray you, be pleased, in guerdon of the virginity that I brought you and take not away, to suffer me to bear hence upon my back a single shift. I crave no more, besides my dowry." There was naught of which Gualtieri was so fain as to weep, but yet, setting his face as flint, he made answer, "I allow thee a shift to thy back, so get thee hence." All that stood by besought him to give her a robe, that she, who had been his wife for 13 years and more, might not be seen to quit his house in so sorry and shameful a plight, having naught on her but a shift. But their entreaties went for nothing. The lady in her shift, and barefoot and bareheaded, having bade them adieu, departed the house, and went back to her father amid the tears and lamentations of all that saw her. Gianucolo, who had ever deemed it a thing incredible that Gualtieri should keep his daughter to wife, and had looked for this to happen every day, and had kept the clothes that she put off on the morning that Gualtieri had wedded her, now brought them to her, and she, having resumed them, applied herself to the petty drudgery of her father's house, as she had been wont, enduring with fortitude this cruel visitation of adverse fortune. Now, no sooner had Gualtieri dismissed Griselda than he gave his vassals to understand that he had taken to wife a daughter of one of the counts of Panago. He accordingly made great preparation as for the nuptials, during which he sent for Griselda, to whom being come, quoth he, "I am bringing hither my new bride, and in this her first home coming I purpose to show her honour, and thou knowest that women I have none in the house that know how to set chambers in due order, or attend to the many other matters that so joyful an event requires. Wherefore do thou, that understandest these things better than another, see to all that needs to be done, and bid hither such ladies as thou mayest see fit, and receive them as if thou wert the lady of the house. And then, when the nuptials are ended, thou mayst go back to thy cottage." Albeit each of these words pierced Griselda's heart like a knife, for that in resigning her good fortune she had not been able to renounce the love she bore Gualtieri. Nevertheless, "My lord," she made answer, "I am ready and prompt to do your pleasure." And so, clad in her sorry garments of coarse Romagnole, she entered the house, which but a little before she had quitted in her shift, and addressed her to sweep the chambers, and arrange arras and cushions in the halls, and make ready the kitchen, and set her hand to everything, as if she had been a paltry serving wench. Nor did she rest until she had brought all into such meet and seemly trim as the occasion demanded. This done, she invited, in Gualtieri's name, all the ladies of those parts to be present at his nuptials, and awaited the event. The day being come, still wearing her sorry weeds, but in heart and soul and mien the lady, she received the ladies as they came, and gave each a gladsome greeting. Now Gualtieri, as we said, had caused his children to be carefully nurtured and brought up by a kinswoman of his at Bologna, which kinswoman was married into the family of the Counts of Panago. And the girl being now 12 years old, and the loveliest creature that ever was seen, and the boy being about 6 years old, he had sent word to his kinswoman's husband at Bologna, praying him to be pleased to come with this girl and boy of his to Saluzzo, and to see that he brought a goodly and honourable company with him, and to give all to understand that he brought the girl to him to wife, and on no wise to disclose to any who she really was. The gentleman did as the Marquis bade him, and within a few days of his setting forth arrived at Saluzzo about breakfast time with the girl and her brother and a noble company, and found all the folk of those parts, and much people besides, gathered there in expectation of Gualtieri's new bride, who, being received by the ladies, was no sooner come into the hall where the tables were set, than Griselda advanced to meet her, saying with hearty cheer, "Welcome, my lady." So the ladies, who had with much instance, but in vain, besought Gualtieri either to let Griselda keep in another room, or at any rate to furnish her with one of the robes that had been hers, that she might not present herself in such a sorry guise before the strangers, sat down to table, and the service being begun, the eyes of all were set on the girl, and every one said that Gualtieri had made a good exchange, and Griselda joined with the rest in greatly commending her, and also her little brother. And now Gualtieri, sated at last with all that he had seen of his wife's patience, marking that this new and strange turn made not the least alteration in her demeanour, and being well assured that 'twas not due to apathy, for he knew her to be of excellent understanding, deemed it time to relieve her of the suffering which he judged her to dissemble under a resolute front. And so, having called her to him in presence of them all, he said with a smile, "And what thinkest thou of our bride?" "My lord," replied Griselda, "I think mighty well of her, and if she be but as discreet as she is fair, and so I deem her, I make no doubt but you may reckon to lead with her a life of incomparable felicity. But with all earnestness I entreat you that you spare her those tribulations which you did once inflict upon another that was yours, for I scarce think that she would be able to bear them, as well because she is younger, as for that she has been delicately nurtured, whereas that other had known no respite of hardship since she was but a little child." Marking that she made no doubt but that the girl was to be his wife, and yet spoke never a whit the less sweetly, Gualtieri caused her to sit down beside him, and "Griselda," said he, "'tis now time that thou see the reward of thy long patience, and that those who have deemed me cruel and unjust and insensate should know that what I did was done of purpose aforethought, for that I was minded to give both thee and them a lesson, that thou mightst learn to be a wife, and they in like manner might learn how to take and keep a wife, and that I might beget me perpetual peace with thee for the rest of my life, whereof being in great fear when I came to take a wife, lest I should be disappointed, I therefore, to put the matter to the proof, did, and how sorely thou knowest, harass and afflict thee. And since I never knew thee either by deed or by word to deviate from my will, I now, deeming myself to have of thee that assurance of happiness which I desired, am minded to restore to thee at once all that, step by step, I took from thee, and by extremity of joy to compensate the tribulations that I inflicted on thee. Receive then this girl, whom thou supposest to be my bride, and her brother, with glad heart, as thy children and mine. These are they, whom by thee and many another it has long been supposed that I did ruthlessly to death. And I am thy husband that loves thee more dearly than aught else, deeming that other there is none that has the like good cause to be well content with his wife. Which said, he embraced and kissed her, and then, while she wept for joy, they rose and hied them there where sat the daughter, all astonished to hear the news. Whom, as also her brother, they tenderly embraced, and explained to them, and many others that stood by, the whole mystery. Whereat the ladies, transported with delight, rose from table, and betook them with Griselda to a chamber, and with better omen divested her of her sorry garb, and arrayed her in one of her own robes of state. And so, in guise of a lady, howbeit in her rags she had showed as no less, they led her back into the hall. Wondrous was the cheer which there they made with the children, and all overjoyed at the event they revelled and made merry amain, and prolonged the festivities for several days. And very discreet they pronounced Gualtieri, albeit they censured as intolerably harsh the probation to which he had subjected Griselda, and most discreet beyond all compare they accounted Griselda. Some days after, the Count of Panago returned to Bologna, and Gualtieri took Giannucolo from his husbandry, and established him in honour as his father-in-law, wherein to his great solace he lived for the rest of his days. Gualtieri himself, having mated his daughter with a husband of high degree, lived long and happily thereafter with Griselda, to whom he ever paid all honour. Now what shall we say in this case, but that even into the cots of the poor the heavens let fall at times spirits divine, as into the palaces of kings souls that are fitted to tend hogs than to exercise lordship over men? Who but Griselda had been able, with a countenance not only tearless but cheerful, to endure the hard and unheard of trials to which Gualtieri subjected her? Who, perhaps, might have deemed himself to have made no bad investment, had he chanced upon one, who, having been turned out of his house in her shift, had found means so to dust the pelisse of another as to get herself thereby a fine robe. End of Day 10, the 10th story.
Day 10. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 10th. The conclusion. So ended Dioneo's story, whereof the ladies, diversely inclining, one to censure where another found matter of commendation, had discoursed not a little, when the king, having glanced at the sky, and marked that the sun was now low, and so much that it was nigh the vesper hour, still keeping his seat, thus began: Excuse it, my ladies, as methinks you wot 'tis not only in minding them of the past and apprehending the present that the wit of mortals consists, but by one means or the other to be able to foresee the future is by the sakes accounted the height of wisdom. Now to-morrow, as you know, it will be 15 days since, in quest of recreation and for the conservation of our health and life, we, shunning the dismal and dolorous and afflicting spectacles that have ceased not in our city since this season of pestilence began, took our departure from Florence. Wherein, to my thinking, we have done naught that was not seemly; for, if I have duly used my powers of observation, albeit some gay stories, and of a kind to stimulate concupiscence, have here been told, and we have daily known no lack of dainty dishes and good wine, nor yet of music and song, things one and all apt to incite weak minds to that which is not seemly. Neither on your part nor on ours have I marked deed or word, or aught of any kind, that called for reprehension. But by what I have seen and heard, seemliness and the sweet intimacy of brothers and sisters have ever reigned among us, which assuredly for the honour and advantage which you and I have had thereof is most grateful to me. Wherefore, lest too long continuance in this way of life might beget some occasion of weariness, and that no man may be able to misconstrue our too long abidance here, and as we have all of us had our day's share of the honour which still remains in me, I should deem it meet, so you be of like mind, that we now go back whence we came, and that the rather that our company, the bruit whereof has already reached divers others that are in our neighbourhood, might be so increased that all our pleasure would be destroyed. And so, if my counsel meet with your approval, I will keep the crown I have received of you until our departure, which I propose shall be tomorrow morning. Should you decide otherwise, I have already determined whom to crown for the ensuing day. Much debate ensued among the ladies and young men, but in the end they approved the king's proposal as expedient and seemly, and resolved to do even as he had said. The king therefore summoned the seneschal, and having conferred with him of the order he was to observe on the morrow, he dismissed the company until supper time. So the king being risen, the ladies and the rest likewise rose, and betook them, as they were wont, to their several diversions. Supper time being come, they supped with exceeding great delight, which done, they addressed them to song and music and dancing, and while Lauretta was leading a dance, the king bade Fiammetta give them a song, whereupon Fiammetta right debonairly sang on this wise:
So came but love, and brought no jealousy, so blithe I wot as I. Dame were there none, be she whoe'er she be. If youth's fresh lusty pride, May lady of her lover well content, or valor's just renown, hardihood, prowess tried, wit noble mien, discourse most excellent, and of all grace the crown, that she I am who fain for love to swoon, there where my hope doth lie, these several virtues all conjoined do see. But for that I less wise than meaner wit do other dames discern, trembling with sore dismay, I still the worst surmise, deeming their hearts with the same flame to burn, that of mine maketh prey. Wherefore of him that is my hope's one stay, disconsolate I sigh, yea, mightily and daily do me dree. If but my lord as true, as worthy to be loved I might approve, I were not jealous then, but for that charmer new, doth all too often gallant lure to love, forsworn I hold all men, and sick at heart I am of death full fain, nor lady doth him eye, but I do quake lest she him wrest from me. For God then let each she list to my prayer, nor err in my despite such grievous wrong as say, for should there any be that by or speech or means allurements light of him to rob me may, study or plot I witting shall find way my beauty it abide, to cause her soul lament such frenesy.
As soon as Fiammetta had ended her song, Dioneo, who was beside her, said with a laugh, "Madam, it would be a great courtesy on your part to do all ladies to wit who he is, that he be not stolen from you in ignorance, seeing that you threaten such dire resentment." Several other songs followed, and it being then nigh upon midnight, all, as the king was pleased to order, betook them to rest. With the first light of the new day they rose, and the seneschal having already conveyed thence all their chattels, they following the lead of their discreet king, hied them back to the Florence, and in Santa Maria Novella, whence they had set forth, the three young men took leave of the seven ladies, and departed to find other diversions elsewhere, while the ladies in due time repaired to their homes. End of conclusion of Day 10. The Author's Epilogue of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by H. M. Rigg. The Author's Epilogue. Most noble damsels, for whose solace I addressed me to this long and toilsome task, meseems that, aided by the divine grace, the bestowal whereof I impute to the efficacy of your pious prayers, and in no wise to merits of mine, I have now brought this work to the full and perfect consummation, which in the outset thereof I promised you. Wherefore it but remains for me to render, first to God and then to you, my thanks, and so to give a rest to my pen and weary hand. But this I purpose not to allow them, until briefly as to questions tacitly mooted, for well assured I am that these stories have no especial privilege above any others. Nay, I forget not that at the beginning of the fourth day I have made the same plain. I shall have answered certain trifling objections that one of you may be or some other might advance. Peradventure, then, some of you will be found to say that I have used excessive license in the writing on these stories, in that I have caused ladies at times to tell, and oftentimes to list, matters that, whether to tell or to list, do not well beseem virtuous women. The which I deny, for that there is none of these stories so unseemly, but that it may without offence be told by any one, if but seemly words be used, which rule methinks has here been very well observed. But assume we that is even so, for with you I am not minded to engage in argument, witting that you would vanquish me. Then I say that, for answer why I have so done, reasons many come very readily to hand. In the first place, if aught of the kind in any of these stories there be, it was but such as was demanded by the character of the stories, which let but any person of sound judgment scan with the eye of reason, and it will be abundantly manifest that, unless I had been minded to deform them, they could not have been otherwise recounted. And if perchance they do after all contain here and there a trifling indiscretion of speech, such as might ill sort with one of your precious prudes, who weigh words rather than deeds, and are more concerned to appear than to be good, I say that sort of right was as permissible to me as 'tis to men and women at large in their converse to make use of such terms as hole and pin and mortar, and pestle and sausage and polony, and plenty more besides of a like sort. And therewithal privilege no less should be allowed to my pen than to the pencil of the painter, who without incurring any, or at least any just censure, not only will depict Saint Michael smiting the serpent, or Saint George the dragon, with sword or lance in his discretion, but male he paints as Christ, and female Eve, and his feet that for the salvation of our race willed to die upon the cross, he fastened thereto, now with one and now with two nails. Moreover, 'tis patent to all that it was not in the church, of matters whereto pertaining, 'tis meet we speak with all purity of heart and seemliness of phrase, albeit among her histories there are to be found not a few that will ill compare with my writings, nor yet in the schools of the philosophers, where as much as anywhere seemliness is demanded, nor in any place where clergy or philosophers congregate, but in gardens, in pleasaunces, and among folk young indeed, but not so young as to be seducible by stories, and at a time when, if so one might say of one's life, the most sedate might without disgrace walk abroad with his breeches for headgear, that these stories well told. Which stories, such as they are, may, like all things else, be baneful or profitable according to the quality of the hearer. Who knows not that wine is, as Cingiglione or Scolaio and many other aver, an excellent thing for the living creature, and yet noxious to the fevered patient? Are we, for the mischief it does to the fever stricken, to say that it is a bad thing? Who knows not that fire is most serviceable, nay, necessary to mortals? Are we to say that, because it burns houses and villages and cities, it is a bad thing? Arms, in like manner, are the safeguard of those that desire to live in peace, and also by them are men not seldom maliciously slain, albeit the malice is not in them, but in those that use them for a malicious purpose. Corrupt mind did never yet understand any word in a wholesome sense, and as such a mind has no profit of seemly words, so such as are scarce seemly may as little avail to contaminate a healthy mind as mud the radiance of the sun, or the deformities of earth the splendours of the heavens. What books, what words, what letters are more sacred, more excellent, more venerable than those of Holy Writ? And yet there have been not a few that, perversely constructing them, have brought themselves and others to perdition. Everything is in itself good for somewhat, and being put to a bad purpose may work manifold mischief. And so I say it is with my stories. If any man shall be minded to draw from them matters of evil tendency or consequence, they will not gainsay him, if perchance such matters there be in them, nor will such matters fail to be found in them, if they be wrested and distorted. Nor if any shall seek profit and reward in them, will they deny him the same, and censured or accounted as less than profitable and seemly they can never be, if the times or the persons when and by whom they are read be such as when they were accounted. If any lady must needs say paternosters, or make cakes or tarts for her holy father, let her leave them alone, there is none after whom they will run a begging to be read. Howbeit there are little matters that even the beguines tell, ay, and do now and again. In like manner there will be some who will say that there are stories here which it were better far had been omitted. Granted, but it was neither in my power nor did it behove me to write any but such stories as were narrated. wherefore it was for those by whom they were told to have a care that they were proper, in which case they would have been no less, though as I wrote them. But assuming that I not only wrote but invented the stories, as I did not, I say that I should take no shame to myself that they were not all proper, seeing that artist there is none to be found save God, that does all things well and perfectly. And Charlemagne, albeit he created the paladins, wist not how to make them in such numbers as to form an army of them alone. It must needs be that in the multitude of things there be found diversities of quality. No field was ever so well tilled, but that here and there nettle or thistle or brier would be found in it amid the goodlier growth. Whereto I may add that, having to address me to young and unlearned ladies, as you for the most part are, I should have done foolishly had I gone about searching and swinking to find matters very exquisite, and been sedulous to speak with great precision. However, whoso goes a reading among these stories, let him pass over those that vex him, and read those that please him. That none may be misled, each bears on its brow the epitome of that which it hides within its bosom. Again, I doubt not there will be such as will say that some of the stories are too long, to whom once more I answer, that whoso has aught else to do would be foolish to read them, albeit they were short. And though, now that I approach the end of my labours, it is long since I began to write, I am not therefore oblivious that it was to none but leisured ladies that I made proffer of my pains, nor can aught be long to him that reads but to pass the time, so only he thereby accomplish his purpose. Succinctness were rather to be desired by students, who are at pains not merely to pass, but usefully to employ their time, than by you, who have as much time at your disposal as you spend not in amorous delights. Besides which, as none of you goes either to Athens or to Bologna or to Paris to study, it is meet that what is meant for you should be more diffuse than what is to be read by those whose minds have been refined by scholarly pursuits. Nor make I any doubt that there are yet others who will say that the said stories are too full of jests and merry consents, and that it all beseems a man of weight and gravity to have written on such wise. To these I am bound to render, and do render my thanks, for that, prompted by well-meant zeal, they have so tender a regard to my reputation. But to that which they urge against me, I reply after this sort: that I am of weight or I acknowledge, having been often weighed in my time. Wherefore, in answer to the fair that have not weighed me, I affirm that I am not of gravity. On the contrary, I am so light that I float on the surface of the water, and considering that the sermons which the friars make, when they could chide folk for their sins, are today, for the most part, full of jests and merry conceits and drolleries, I deemed that the like stuff would not ill beseem my stories, written as they were, to banish women's dumps. However, if thereby they should laugh too much, they may be readily cured thereof by the lament of Jeremiah, the passion of the Saviour, or the complaint of the Magdalene. And who shall question but that yet others there are who will say that I have an evil tongue and venomous, because here and there I tell the truth about the friars? Now for them that so say there is forgiveness, for that is not to be believed but that they have just cause, seeing that the friars are good folk, and eschew hardship for the love of God, and grind intermittently and never blab, and were they not all a trifle malodorous, intercourse with them would be much more agreeable. Nevertheless I acknowledge that the things of this world have no stability, but are ever undergoing change, and this may have befallen my tongue, no great while ago, one of my fair neighbours, for in what pertains to myself I trust not my own judgment, but forego it to the best of my power, told me it was the goodliest and sweetest tongue in the world, and in sooth, when this occurred, few of the said stories were yet to write. nor for that those who so tax me do it despitefully, am I minded to vouchsafe them any further answer. So then, be every lady at liberty to say and believe whatever she may think fit, but 'tis now time for me to bring these remarks to a close, with humble thanks to Him, by whose help and guidance I, after so long travail, have been brought to the desired goal, and may you, sweet my ladies, rest ever in His grace and peace, and be not unmindful of me, if peradventure any of you may, in any measure, have been profited by reading these stories. End of the author's epilogue. And this is also the end of Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, recorded at LibriVox.org. Thank you for listening.